One. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's time to commence proceedings. We ask that you find a seat, warm the seat, and let's commence. As is our tradition, we humbly request that we all be on our feet for the opening prayer. Shall we rise for the opening prayer? Shall we bow down heads for a word of prayer? Our gracious Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life that you've given to all of us. We appreciate the mercies that you have shown to us, taking us from our homes and bringing us to this place. Even as we are gathered before your presence, we ask for knowledge, we ask for wisdom, we ask for understanding so that we'll be able to discuss the heritage that you've given to us. We're asking that you give the same protection to those who are still on the road, so that at the end of it all, when we have come to a successful end of the program, we'll have the cause to give you the glory you deserve. This is our prayer, and we know that you have answered us. So we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Please be seated. I will still remain your resident pastor. So we'll now begin the program with the introduction of participants. My name is Yaose Usu. I work with Conservation Alliance. And until the facilitator comes in, I'll be your anchor for the entire program. So we'll start right from my right here. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Isamoah Samuel, and I work with Olam Food Ingredients. Thank you.
My name is James Echen from Joy News.
Elizabeth Edu from Daily Graphic.
I'll request that you get on your feet so that we can see the face and then tie the name with the face.
Rightly so. Some of us are very tall. I work with Ghana News Agency. My name is Albert Oponza.
I'm Raymond Owusu-Echan, Conservation Alliance International.
I am Emmanuel Say from Conservation Alliance.
I am also Christian Sian from Alliance for Creamers and Cocoa in Western North.
My name is Pomas Ismail from Cocoa Aropa Association.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kadri Rashad from Crop Life Ghana.
Good morning. My name is Abdullah Suleimana from Advocates for Biodiversity Conservation.
Good morning. I'm Charles Sturtle from the CSIR Food Research Institute. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Ajoda. I work with Fair Trade Africa.
I work for the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, and my name is Richard Asari.
Okay, I'm Nana Kwesiaka with Send Ghana.
Hello, my name is Catherine Chisuse. I'm working with CASA Initiative Ghana.
Jonathan Goka is my name from Civil Society, Platform on Environment and Natural Resources, CASA Initiative Ghana.
I am Moses Jan Esiedu
of World Cocoa Farmers Organization. Thank you.
My name is Felicia Usudako with the Environmental Protection Agency.
My name is Letitia Yankee, cocoa farmer and chairperson of Cocoa Mara. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Edmond, Environmental Protection Agency. Good morning. My name is Isaac Boachida, Cocoa Health and Extension Division. Good morning, Enoch Kwame Afeni, Cocoa Health and Extension Division.
Good morning. Please, my name is Caesar Nyadeja from the Ghana Health Service. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Ado Ejakwa from Cocoa Health and Extension Division.
John Awache from CSIR Institute.
Good morning. My name is Nana Achiakwe Sibia the First, Lancaster Development Queen Mother. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martha Mensah. I work with Soko Devi. I'm Martha Mensah. I work with Soko Devi.
Richard Edu Achampong, Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana of Cocoa Board.
Good morning. My name is Julianne Bing from Inkota Network.
Good morning. I'm Alfred Otinyabo, Chairman of the National Biodiversity Steering Committee.
Good morning. My name is Sifas Ajay Mensah, and I'm the Director for Research, Statistics and Information Management at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's find out those who are sitting out there. Please, yeah, there are people out there behind the tables. Let's find out those who are all here.
Hello, I'm Eunice. I'm from Sen Ghana.
I'm Maria Nosra from Conservation Alliance.
My name is Ama Sasu from Conservation Alliance.
My name is Patrick Akbaliga. I work with Sen Ghana.
My name is Nanaya Rubin. I'm with the Ghana Virtual Journalist Association of Ghana.
Good. You are most welcome. Until we get a final, we get the official facilitator, I will still be your uncle. Let us introduce the chairman for this conference. Some years back, I traveled to a country to meet the Minister for Environment. Now, when I got to the country, the Secretary to the Minister of Environment was making it extremely difficult for me to meet the minister. So whilst we're arguing, trying to convince the lady that it's important that I meet the Minister for Environment, the minister just popped up and said, "What's happening here?" I said, "Look," he said, "Oh, this gentleman comes from Ghana, and he says he's working on biodiversity related issues, and he wants to see you and have a discussion with you." So the minister asked, "Are you from Ghana?" I said, "Yes." "Do you work on environment?" I said, "Yes." "Do you know Alfred?" The moment he mentioned that name, I said, "Is it Professor Alfred Otinyeboa? Is he the retired senior lecturer at the University of Ghana Botany Department? Is it the one who is probably the senior most living taxonomist? Is he the one who once headed the CSIR? Is he the one who is married to Mrs. Otinyeboa?" It's okay, it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome our chairman for today's conference, Professor Alfred Otinyeboa. Prof, your people. People, this is the chairman I'm talking about. You are most welcome, sir. So we'll now wait for the chairman's remarks.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who have the programs in front of you, you will see the chairman's remarks is only 2 minutes. And let me express a few sentiments. You will see a very tall order of items that we have to go through today. And all of them indicate the seriousness of the subject that we are going to discuss. All of us here, except a few who are familiar with cocoa and what cocoa has done to lift the face of Ghana, you will be concerned if there are any issues to do with that product. At the same time, you also rise up with trepidation when you get to know that the people who produce the cocoa are supposed to have certain rights which are eluding them. At the same time, too, when you look at the landscape of Ghana and consider the fact that cocoa is one product which is so much cherished, not only in Ghana, but outside Ghana. If you go to the East Asian countries and you pick up a chocolate bar, and the interesting name that I noticed on one of the chocolate bars was Ghana. It indicated the relationship between cocoa and Ghana, and then Ghana and cocoa. So for us today to think through on how to ensure that the product from cocoa is secure, is safe for consumption, we also have to think back. How do we get the production on without limiting the resources of the earth or the soil, without encumbering the efforts of the people who actually go ahead to do the growing, harvesting, drying, and selling? We have to also think about the management at the highest level to ensure that the product is always in its healthy state. So today, I think we are all assembled for one reason, and that reason is, how do we ensure that cocoa, which is cherished so much by our people, is delivered in a very healthy manner? Anything that is good always gets attraction from all kinds of things. One of the attraction would be because the pulp from the cocoa is sweet, because the flowers also give very nice flavor, and because the wood product also is succulent and therefore can attract molds. The cocoa tree goes through so many problems, which if you are a management person, you always want to make sure that these are removed as much as possible. Now, if they are not biological, that is using biology to treat biology, but they become chemical, using chemical to treat biology, then of course the repercussions are many, so many. Today we're going to look at this to a very large extent. And that's why you see the title, Pesticides Used in the Cocoa Production. But not only the issue of pesticides use, but particularly looking at the human rights and environmental issues when you are providing these pesticides in order to control the pests that limit production. So I believe that all of us here are going to come out with very effective training, the kind of ideas that are needed, because cocoa is international. And if there are any situations which are indicating that the cocoa production from Ghana is not safe, it means Ghana is going to collapse. It is our duty to make sure that the production collapse. So I would like to thank the organizers for identifying me to chair this. And I believe that at the end of the process, when we would have gone through the objectives for calling this meeting, we'll have something very, very tangible to talk about. There are lots of other agencies that are interested in this who would like to make sure that indeed we get to a successful end. So thank you very much and welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Though some people have just joined us, and so would ask them to introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Ernestina Daisy from Ghana Standards Authority.
Thank you.
My name is Elvis Opomesa, and I work for Civic Response.
You're most welcome. Good. If we look at the program, we'll see that we have welcome address by Conservation Alliance. And I will do that on their behalf. As a matter of fact, nobody owns the hotel. The hotel manager should have been here to welcome us. But since he's not here, I will do that on his behalf. Mr. Chairman, Minister of State representative, traditional leaders, media, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, pesticides are important. Without pesticides, more than half of the crops will be lost to pests and diseases. All farmers use pesticides, including organic farmers. Whether from synthetic or natural sources, pesticides are used by all farmers. Pesticides enable farmers to produce quality crops and at affordable prices. Notwithstanding this, the use of pesticides also come with dire consequences to human health and the health of the environment. This is the more reason we cannot continue to overlook the continued overdependence of pesticides, especially the unapproved ones, by any longer. Your response to the invitation is a demonstration of your determination to collaborate with all actors on the value chain to find a lasting solution to the use of pesticides. Let me put on record our sincere gratitude to all of you, the Minister of State for Mercy, traditional leaders, my own colleagues, state and non-state actors, all of you, we are most grateful to you for coming over to discuss the important aspect of our agricultural production system. On behalf of the organizing committee, Send Ghana, Conservation Alliance, and Inkota Network Germany, I welcome all of you to today's conference and very optimistic that your knowledge and experience will help shape the pesticide sector to one that would contribute to improve human health and the health of the environment. Thank you and most welcome. At this point, we'll invite Send Ghana to also make a statement.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'll stand on the existing protocols and welcome everyone. And also I bring greetings from management of Send Ghana. So the cocoa area, it's an area that Send Ghana has a lot of interest in. In the last 5 years, we've been working with our partners, our farmers, to be able to influence cocoa sector policies and cost reforms. And through this, we've been able to contribute to meeting the welfare of cocoa farmers and also contributing to the sustainability of the cocoa sector. However, this work cannot be done without looking at good agricultural practices, good governance policies and programs, and also sustainability practices. But for the purpose of today, when you look at sustainability of the cocoa sector, we have to focus more on good agricultural practices. And pesticide usage happens to be one of the areas that we can focus on, looking at storage, application, and also the use of approved pesticides. So today's meeting is very well noted by us and also contribute to what we have been doing. And with the usage of pesticides and also farmers understanding how to use it, using the right pesticides and all that, we're able to maintain the cocoa sector. And also looking at the impact of pesticides on women and children, and also even the cocoa farmers themselves, looking at their health and also the greater environmental impact. So we are happy to support this initiative and we look forward to a fruitful program. So once again, I thank you everyone and I welcome you to today's program.
We'll now invite the representative of Inkota Network from Germany to make a statement. Julian, shall we welcome her?
Mr. Chairperson, traditional leaders, distinguished guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here today representing the German organization Inkota to participate in this very timely conference on the urgent and pressing matter of human rights and environmental issues of pesticide use within cocoa production in Ghana. As we will hear today, many of the pesticides used in cocoa production are classified as highly hazardous. The pesticides used by cocoa farmers in Ghana and other West African cocoa growing countries to fight pest and disease on their plantations have very dangerous effects and detrimental effects on human health and the environment. Cocoa farmers have become reliant, even over-reliant on the use of these pesticides. One reason for this is that for the past decades, pesticides have been hailed as an important solution to increasing productivity and to protecting cocoa trees and cocoa crops from pests and disease. However, numerous academic studies, such as those that have been published by Conservation Alliance, show that cocoa farmers often lack proper training to adequately apply pesticides to dispose of containers and store equipment. Moreover, many cocoa farmers whose incomes are often very low often do not have sufficient financial means to afford this protective equipment. The improper use of pesticides and the fact that many unapproved pesticides are still in use pose grave dangers to cocoa farmers, their families, and communities. The pesticides cause acute poisonings and long-term chronic health effects, as well as short-term effects for example, women and children who are especially vulnerable to these dangers. Pesticides also damage soils, pollute waters, and harm the biodiversity in cocoa growing communities. Many of the pesticides being applied on cocoa farms in Ghana have been banned in the European Union because of their grave dangers to human health and the environment. Yet they are still being exported from Germany, France, and other European countries to countries such as Ghana. From our point of view as a German non-governmental organization, this situation is a human rights issue. Each human being has the right to health and the right to a healthy environment. The use of highly hazardous pesticides put these human rights at risk. The good news is alternatives are available. The use of highly hazardous pesticides can be replaced by various alternative methods, such as integrated pest management, biopesticides, and organic farming. However, there are still a number of challenges in implementing these alternatives, and that is one of the aspects we would like to discuss with you today. The dangerous effects of pesticides on human health and the environment demands attention and action. That's why we're very honored to be able to jointly host this conference today with our esteemed partners, Conservation Alliance International and Sen Ghana. We want to use this opportunity offered by the conference to discuss these issues in depth. with you as key stakeholders in Ghana. It is important for us as a German NGO doing advocacy work in Germany and Europe to also be here today to listen to the discussions you will be having today, to be able to carry these messages back to Europe and to integrate them into our advocacy work. Because we strongly believe that one key role to play, or crucial role to play to address this issue, needs to be played by cocoa and chocolate companies, many of whom are based in Europe. They have a legal responsibility to respect the human rights of those producing the key product in their value chains, namely cocoa. And we believe they can and must do more to promote less hazardous alternatives to pesticides being used in their value chains today to protect the health and environment of cocoa farming communities. We are very happy to be with you here today and are especially honored to have such high-ranking representatives from Kiva government, agencies and private agencies, as well as traditional leaders here with us today. We look forward to fruitful discussions with you and coming up with appropriate measures to addressing the adverse impacts of pesticides. On behalf of INCOTA, I would like to extend a special thanks to our esteemed partners, Conservation Alliance and SEND, for their work and partnership in organizing this conference. I welcome all of you and I wish all of us a fruitful and engaging conference today. Thank you.
The key element of the speech is the fact that some of the pesticides that are banned in the EU countries find their way into the cocoa producing countries. And these are some of the issues that we'll be looking at during the course of the day. Thank you, for Julian. Before we invite the minister's representative to read the minister's statement, we are told there are some people joining us by Zoom, and we would like them to introduce themselves if they are ready. So go ahead if you can see us and you can hear us.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Please, I am Esther Otubensa from Kriapakoko, Kumase.
Thank you for joining us. My regards to the farmers.
Thank you too. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you too.
Yeah, good morning. I am James Dakura, a representative for AVSF, Equity 2 project in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to the conference.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you too.
Okay, my name is Jean-Claude Koya. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, and I work in National Wildlife Federation and Roxidet in Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you, sir, and welcome too.
Thank you.
We still have a few of you out there watching us or listening to us. We are standing by to hear your voice too. Oh, that's about it. All right, thank you, and then welcome to the conference. At this point, we would invite the representative of the Minister of Mercy to deliver his address. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yao. Prof, Chairman, the directors and representatives of various institutions hereby present, the Senior Director, Conservation Alliance, which I've acknowledged, the Director, Send Ghana, rep from Kota Networks, Germany, private sector players and industry, civil society, distinguished farmers and associations, traditional leaders, Nananom, who are present over here, conference participants, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Kweku Efinye, who is also the MP for Sesiwi Osu. The Honorable Minister has asked me to extend his regards to you. He's presently leading a delegation to the 67th regular session of the International Atomic Energy Agency Commission, which is the general conference. And so, as a servant, gladly, I want to read the minister's statement to you, especially when it has to do with cocoa and pesticide use. It would have been great if he was here himself, but his thoughts are what he asked that to share with you. The Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI, is pleased to be associated with the multi-stakeholder conference on pesticide use and pleased to deliver an opening remarks on the theme human rights and environmental issues of pesticide use in cocoa production landscape in Ghana. I take this opportunity, of course, I mean the minister, I take this opportunity to extend appreciation to Conservation Alliance Ghana, Send Ghana, and Kota Network Germany for the opportunity. Your kind invitation is an example of the goodwill between our institutions as partners in progress and nation building, and more especially my good self as a cocoa farmer. Events of this nature provide a platform for deeper reflection and a unique opportunity for governments, academia, industry, farmers, civil society, regulators, and the private sectors, funders, among others, to leverage on the insightful discussions and engagements to inform policy direction and our collective responsibility towards the use of pesticides in cocoa production. As you are all aware, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation exists to promote sustainable development by deepening and strengthening demand-driven research and development for sound environmental governance, science, technology and innovation through intensive awareness creation, collaboration and partnership. MESI envisages to attain sustainable development through the utilization of science, technology and innovation for wealth creation and sound environmental governance in a modern and competitive economy. By way of goal and mandate, we seek to ensure accelerated socio-economic development of the nation through the formulation of sound policies and a regulatory framework to provide for the use of appropriate, environmentally friendly, scientific and technology practices. Ladies and gentlemen, the critical contribution of cocoa as Ghana's main cash crop and agriculture cannot be overemphasized. In 2022, cocoa in Ghana was focused to contribute Ghana cedis 3.41 billion, which is around USD 454 million to the country's gross domestic product. The value was measured at 2.82 billion, that's around 375 million US dollars in 2020. Pesticides are widely used in Ghana, especially in cocoa farming. And evidence from food and agriculture statistics shows global annual pesticide use of 4.12 million tons. Whilst Africa contributes a small percentage of the global pesticide use, that's around 2%, the majority, which is about 30% of the applied pesticides are insecticides, contrary to what persists to other parts of the world. South Africa, Ghana, and Cameroon are the biggest consumers of pesticides in Africa. The major cash crops of pesticides application include cocoa, cotton, coffee, oil palm, and vegetables. It is a common knowledge that the use of pesticides for cocoa production has inherent challenges and effects. The incorrect use of pesticides can seriously harm human health, the environment, and economies that rely on the farmers' output. Other concerns include over-reliance on pesticides, including highly hazardous pesticides, weak enforcement of laws governing the production, distribution, promotion, and the use of the highly hazardous pesticides, inability of farmers to read and understand the instructions governing the application of even approved pesticides, as well as limited education and campaign against the inappropriate use of pesticides. Prof. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it's against this background that concerted efforts are required to deal with pesticide use in cocoa productions. For instance, a recent study by Boatin et al. 2023 assessed the pesticide knowledge, practices, and risk perception of cocoa farmers by randomly choosing 404 cocoa farmers from 26 communities in 4 cocoa growing areas in Ghana. The study revealed that 87% of the respondents belong to cooperatives and certification groups, and there was a significant positive relationship between group membership and benefits derived from inputs and training in pesticide use. About 70% of the insecticides used were approved by the Ghana Cocoa Board, with neonicotinoids and pyrethroids being the most highly used insecticide classes in cocoa farms. It was evident from the study that although farmers claimed adequate pesticide knowledge, it did not translate into practice, with the majority exhibiting improper storage, application, and disposal practices. Farmers appeared to know a lot, but lacked the skills and attitude to put their knowledge to use. And therefore, while some innovative practices, especially the adoption of climate-smart cocoa practices by cocoa farmers to increase yield and reduce carbon emissions, are being implemented, there is room for improvement. The Environmental Protection Act 1994, Act 490, places responsibility on the EPA to register and regulate the use of pesticides, among others. Whilst the agency performs this regulatory role, the use of pesticides in cocoa production is given a needed attention. Indeed, Cocoa Board is represented on the Pesticide Technical Committee of the EPA, and as such, they are involved in decisions on pesticides for cocoa. Prof. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage through this conference, the ministry is particularly interested on how our discussions will assist government to address practical challenges on the use of pesticides in cocoa production. How do we enhance the operationalization of existing laws and regulations and ensure effective coordination, like the EPA Act 1994, the National Biosafety Strategy and Action Plan, among others? What alternative strategies are in place for investment in agroecological solutions, including organic soil fertility regimes, biopesticides, and integrated pest management? The ministry expresses appreciation once again to all of you, and will continue to support the initiative of Conservative Alliance and its partners and other industry players in the private sector, more especially, to undertake community education and public awareness efforts on the socio-ecological hazards of using unapproved pesticides, and indeed emphasize on the importance of the correct use of pesticides from cradle to grave. And on this note, thank you, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister's representative, the Minister of Mercy. We are most grateful to you, and we thank you so much for the speech. I mean, it's worrying to find that Ghana, Cameroon, and South Africa are the biggest consumers of pesticides on the continent, even though the continent produces just a small amount of pesticide. That is worrisome. If we can translate in food security Unfortunately, that's not the case. Again, it came to light that whilst majority of the farmers use even the approved pesticides, over 70% according to the study, majority of them have very little or no knowledge at all with respect to the correct application of the pesticides, storage, and disposal of used containers. This is indeed worrying, and that's why we're here, just to look at the subject matter of pesticides use in the country. So your presence here is timely, it's most welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. At this point, we'll break for a group photograph and a snack, and then we'll come back for a number of presentations. Thank you. So where do we take the pictures? Here or there? The cameramen, the photographers, can we hear? Yeah, all right, thank you. So let's put the chairs for. Put the chairs for. Please come up here for a group photograph. Chris, you can pull the chairs for this. Come over here for the group photograph.
James.
Oh, my trauma, and I'm in trouble. Every time, like, I do know you, but I'm going to stop this. The grandson is coming. Yeah. On the EP. Well, anything. No. Yeah. What? You know your credibility, I know we end them.
Can we have the second section underway? Can we warm our seats for the second section? We're going to have a series of presentations, and then from the presentations, we would have panel discussion where we all have the opportunity to ask questions in respect of the presentations that are made. All right. Kokoma are here, and I'm informed that they have some chocolate bars outside. I don't know whether it's inside or outside, but they are asking that we patronize it. What that means is that go and buy at least one. Cocoa maf, I'm some the cocoa chocolate aba. No yes chocolate beer. And you see who piano or tobacco a VA amount. Dear baby, and say more than say betonina. in general. So we'll now have the set of presentations. The first one is the state of pesticides use in Ghana. The second one is case studies of health implications of highly hazardous pesticides, HHPs. The third one is the use of HHPs within agriculture production landscape in Ghana. The fourth is the promotion of alternatives to HHPs. And then the next one is the use of HHPs and the negative impacts among cocoa farmers. And then there's another one, which is a product of a research that has just been carried out. So, we'll set, if Joseph Edmond is here, colleagues, I think technology has responded positively to us. Joseph Edmond is the acting director of Chemical Control and Management Center at the EPA, and he's here to do a presentation on the state of pesticides use in Ghana. Shall we welcome him?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, and good morning, everyone. Prof. Chair, good morning. Director Research, all protocol observed. This morning, I'm here to join in the discussions about pesticides use in the state of pesticides use in Ghana. I know this is more or less an issue of safety that we are talking about. And therefore, I'm going to be a bit general on some issues. The specific ones will be dealt with by my other colleagues who will be coming after me. So my name is Joseph Edmond. I'm currently the acting head of chemicals at the EPA. Okay. So, we always talk about pesticides. When you mention pesticides, sometimes emotions arise. Those who are against the use of pesticides and those who are also for the use of pesticides. But as the discussion has gone on this morning, we all know that there are benefits that are to be derived from the use of pesticides. And that is why almost every country in this world is using pesticides. You remember the Green Revolution when most of our third world were left out. It really did a lot of good when it comes to agriculture production. So by way of introduction, I would say that I'm not going to, because I know we all know what pesticides are. And it's clearly defined in the EPA Act of 1994, that's Act 490. So because of time and because I'm not going to details and all these things. But then the Act 490 defined the pesticides. But the bottom line is that they are designed to harm some form of life. Pesticides are designed to harm some form of life. That is why they are effective. The side means what? The side means what? Side means what? Side means what? Suicide. Side means what? To kill, isn't it? So pesticides are meant to kill. Okay? They are designed to harm some form of life. And that is how they work. I want just to put this at the back of our minds, that this is how they are designed to work, to be able to be effective. But then they also have benefits, as we have seen. When the director was mentioning, he gave some statistics. Pesticides have benefits, and we have to be able to balance both the benefits that we derive from the use of pesticides as against the harm that it causes to environment and also to public health. And that's why we have regulations, to be sure that the products that we put on the system are products that are beneficial to us, whilst also trying to mitigate the adverse effects of the products. So able to pick that. So but the benefit of those of us who don't know what pesticides are, I just put a few slides. So normally, most times you hear on the radio people say pesticides and insecticides and other things. But what we know is that pesticide is an umbrella term used for all the sites. So we have herbicides, which are used for the control of weeds or herbs. Then we also have insecticides, which are basically used for the control of insects. And then we have the rodenticides for killing rats. And then we have the fungicides. There are a number of sites available, but just for our purposes here, because these are the most important products that we use in Ghana. There are other sites, there are miticides, acaricides, and so on and so forth, nematicides, and so on and so forth. But for the purpose of this, I'm just going to restrict myself into this thing. So these are the products that are very important for us in agriculture. Now, looking at the regulatory framework that we have, the EPA Act of 1994, that's Act 490, Part 2 of the Act is pesticide control and management. And this is a portion that we use to control pesticides or regulate pesticides in Ghana. And what does it say? It stipulates that no person shall import, export, manufacture, distribute, advertise, sell, or use any pesticide in Ghana unless the pesticide has been registered by the EPA. That is what the Act says. So the mandate for registration of pesticide lies with the EPA, as the director said this morning. And the number of processes that goes into getting those pesticides registered. Now, if you look at the Act, there are various sections. So we have the section which talks about the registration process. There's a section which talks about dealers, those who are selling the pesticides for us, go to the cocoa areas, those who are selling the retailers. They are supposed to be having a license from the EPA. Then, of course, we have the enforcement aspect, where pesticide inspectors come in, where all of us come in to enforce the product, the regulation, and then the miscellaneous. The miscellaneous may deal with other issues and may probably touch briefly on them. So why do we have to register pesticide? Like I said, pesticide have benefits, but they also have adverse side of it. The purpose of the registration is to determine before registration that the product can be used safely and effectively in accordance with label directions. The pesticide product and scientific data must be reviewed and found acceptable before the product can be registered. So with the bottle of product that you see on the shelf, before it comes to the shelf as a registered or approved product, it might have gone through a lot of processes before we see it on the shelf. So that is it. Now, as we are saying, we are talking about safety. So there are a number of things that I may not talk about, but for the purpose of this program, when we are registering pesticide, there are certain basic things that we take into consideration. One of them is that we look at the acute toxicity. That is when you are poisoned by the pesticide, within 24 hours or so, or a short period, you should have the effect. So looking at the acute toxicity of the product, the WHO hazard class of the product. So if the end user product, that's the formulation that we have registered, or the person has submitted for the purpose of registration, falls in the WHO hazard class of 1A, and that is extremely hazardous. That is looking at the hazard of the product. If the formulation, the final formulation that we are going to register, falls within this class, extremely hazardous, it is not registered. So initially, the first instance, we have eliminated a highly hazardous product out of the system. We move on to the other one, the end user product. That's the formulation, falls in the WHO class of 1B, highly hazardous. It may not be registered, or under certain circumstances, it will be restricted registration. It means that it will be placed under severe restriction, meaning that there will be certain conditions for it to be registered and also certain conditions for it to be used. If you remember, we had aluminum phosphide issue, which some people died. Aluminum phosphide is classified as a restricted use product, but people use it as a general use product. It's not supposed to be used for public health control, but for the treatment of warehouses, grains and cereals in warehouses. Somebody took it and selling it to people as a use for the control of household pests, and that was the problem. So it's a case of misuse. So that's one other criteria. Now, long-term toxicity, that's carcinogenicity. Now, if the pesticide is a known or probable carcinogen, the product will not be registered. So also eliminating products that are, present carcinogenic properties to us, we will not register them. If the product is a mutagen that is able to cause mutation, it will also not be registered. If the pesticide has a known or probable effects of reproduction or is a teratogenic product, the product will not be registered. Sorry. So in addition to what I've mentioned before, the other basic criteria that we look at, other factors, for instance, we're looking at international obligations. We are signatories to a number of conventions worldwide. And those conventions also inform us as to how we regulate pesticides. Of course, also, in addition to other regulatory institutions like Europe, it was mentioned that the EU, they register products and then we all take them here. We all take all those things in consideration when we are registering the pesticide. So on a PIC list, PIC is prior informed consent of the Rotterdam Convention. And if the pesticide is listed on the Annex 3 of the Rotterdam Convention, that's a PIC list, the product will not be registered. So once it's listed on the Annex 3, we also look at that, we take also that into consideration. If the product is a POP under the Stockholm Convention, that is persistent organic pollutant, like DDT, we all know that DDT is a POP. It will not be registered. Maybe when you go down, you see the banned list of products that we have, you see that there are POP pesticides in there, and they have all been listed as banned products. The Montreal Protocol. If the pesticide is listed in the Montreal Protocol to phase out, it will also not be registered. So all these things are issues that are considered during the registration of the product. Like I said, in addition to looking at the toxicity aspect, the ecological toxicity aspect, the fate in the environment, the physical and chemical properties, and all that, the efficacy and all that. All these things are considered. And once all these things are considered, then the decision is taken as to whether or not the product should be registered or not. So beyond the one that I've presented, there are other issues, the other evaluation that goes on to make sure that the product that we are putting in the market is a product that's at unreasonable risks or poses unreasonable risks to the environment. The other safeguards, so when you look at our law, the law also provides safeguards for the use of pesticides. So for instance, the number one is saying that a person shall not require or permit an employee to handle or use a pesticide in the course of employment without providing and requiring the employee to use the protective facilities and clothing which will permit safe handling of the pesticides. So the law is telling us that once you are asking somebody to use a pesticide, you are required to make sure that the person uses a PPE or personal protective equipment. And then where protective facilities and clothing are required as a condition for a license, an employer whose employees use or handle the pesticides to which the license relates shall provide and require the use of facilities and clothing. Bottom line, the third one, a person shall not harvest when it comes to things that we take in as food, or offer for sale a foodstuff on which a pesticide has been used except in accordance with the prescribed practices, which includes the interval between the application of pesticide and then the harvest. So it means that the pre-harvest interval of the product has to be what? Observed. Meaning that once a farmer sprays a product on the crop, you are required to ensure that you wait until the time the pre-harvest interval has elapsed before you harvest. But unfortunately, sometimes we don't see these things, and then products on the market have a lot of residue. So all these things are safeguards that have been provided in our pesticide law for us to ensure that we have products that are safer or relatively safer for use. In addition to that, once the product is registered, the user also have certain things to look out for. Now, this is what we call the color band. If you look at the product on the last end there, the bottom line, the bottom there, we have a color, a certain color there, which is yellow. And this is the color band on the product. I indicated that the hazard classes are class 1, which is a red band, class B2, which is a yellow band, class 3, which is a blue, and then the last one, which is the class unclassified one, which is the green. And all these things are, once the class is determined, then you are supposed to, on the label, make sure that this color band appears at the bottom of the label. And this is also giving information to the user that this is the hazard class of the product. And therefore, it gives you opportunity to know the precaution that you have to take when you are using the product. So for this color band, which is yellow, the indication there is that this product may be harmful. Harmful not to the pest, but harmful to the fact that the person who is using it may be harmed by this product. And therefore, there are certain precautions that have been prescribed on the label, and also in the color band, you can see the pictograms. For those who cannot read all the things on the label, for them to have pictograms to just show them what they have to do, or the precautions that they have to take when they have to use this product. So you could see from left to the right, the left-hand portion is talking about storage, drain, mixing, and the preparation for what? Spraying. While the right hand is talking about spraying and after spraying. So all these things are things that whoever is using this product need to understand in order for him to take or her to take the right precautions when the products are being used. So we have the color band, the red, which is the 1A that I told you that we don't register them. The 1B, if we register 1B, mostly is about rodenticides. And even that, we have very small concentrations in that product because that thing is going to kill a mama. We need to be very toxic before it can do the work. So that is about this thing. And then all these things are indications that will ensure that the product is safely used. So this just giving an explanations to the things that you can see there. So even if you cannot read and write, once you see the pictograms, and in all education that we do, some of these things are presented to end users for them to understand, because not everybody who can read and also understand those label instructions. So when we have done the registration, we have gone through all the process of ensuring that the product is maybe safer for us to use and so on and so forth. Then we develop the pesticide register. And this is the register that is developed and approved products for use for everybody. So the register has something like this. Of course, it's so many pages, but I'm just taking a section of it. So you have the trade name of the product, which is here, the registration number of the product, and that's the registration number, and this will appear on the label. And then we have the date of issue, which is November 2022. The concentration of the active ingredient is there, the hazard class is there, the use is there, and the local distributor. So once you take the register, this is the information that gives you, as the user, for you to be able to select. So you look on this register and try to select the product that it's applicable to your purpose, because of course the uses are also indicated there. So what's this? An insecticide for the control of capsids in cocoa. So as it has maybe the cocoa board who are here, they can bear me out that this product is registered for use on cocoa, and then is supplied by this company. So the register is there. So once the register is generated, this is the approved products that are supposed to be used. Now, under the register also, we have, this is just a summary of what we have in the register. As at now, we have registered over 1,000 products. And this is the categories. Insecticides, we have under insecticide, we have public health, stored produce, fungicide, herbicides, PGRs, molluscicide, rodenticides, nematicides. We have some adjuvants, biocides, repellents, and so on and so forth. And these are the details of all of them. We have 32 banned products on the register. And that is this is the officially approved product register for Ghana. Now, under the register, we also have the banned products. And you can see most of the products that you see here are pop pesticides. They are, organochlorine-based products that, because of their persistency under the Stockholm Convention, we have tried to eliminate them. So we have all these products. And you can see DDTs. People say DDTs in the market, but DDT is banned, and DDT is not being used here in Ghana. Some countries use DDT. We, Ghana, we say we don't want DDT, so we have taken out DDT. If by any chance you have seen DDT around, please bring it and let's see. But as of now, we don't know, or we don't have any DDT in the market. So these are the rest of the products that are on the banned list. So there are 32 of them currently on the banned list. Okay. So now let's come to our consumption. I was trying to get consumption from maybe some number of years, but it was a bit of challenge. So this consumption data that you see here is imports that we have from January to date. And you could see that clearly herbicides reigns. The import of pesticides into Ghana, you could see clearly here that herbicides reigns, followed by insecticides and fungicides. Then as for the rodenticides, it's even lost. Biocide, you don't even see it. So from January up to this point, this is our status of our consumption of pesticide in Ghana now. And you can see the quantities. If you don't want to get the quantities, maybe later when you see us, we'll be able to give you the quantities. So it means that we are becoming more lazy and relying on herbicides to control weeds, because people don't want to weed again, and then they want to use chemicals. But like I said, a lot of things also go in before these products are also put in the market. So the use has been increasing. Herbicide, especially glyphosate, accounts for the highest in terms of volumes of import of the registered product. So just be ending very soon. So what have we done in the case of HHPs? That's a highly hazardous pesticide products that we are talking about. From our side, there is a criteria that the WHO and FAO has put for us to be able to use to identify products that are HHPs. And that is the criteria. The pesticide active ingredients and the formulation should be extremely or highly hazardous according to the WHO classification. They should be likely to be carcinogenic or mutagenic or reproductive toxicant according to the globally harmonized system of classification, DHS. It should be listed as a POP or meeting the criteria of a POP by the Stockholm Convention. The product being listed as an HHP should be listed as a PIC pesticide, as I mentioned, by the Rotterdam Convention. It should also be listed as an ozone depleting product by the Montreal Protocol and has shown a high incidence of severe or irreversible adverse effects on human health or environment in the Ghanaian conditions of use. Okay, so this is the criteria that has been, well, designed for. People don't agree with this criteria, but of course the country has its own, can decide whether this product that we want to use or we don't want to use. It's up to us to decide. But this is just a guide for us to be able to use to do. And then when we ran this criteria through our register, we came out with certain products, about 22 of them that are listed, that met those criteria, and therefore actions are to be taken. I'll just show you. One of the products was Mancozeb. I'm sure we all know Mancozeb. Mancozeb was listed as an HHP. Why? Because if you look at the reason, it's a reproductive toxicant. It's a class 1B and may damage your unborn child. We look at the number of registered products. We have about 30 of products registered under Mancozeb. And then the quantities that we have imported between 2029 and 2021 is 1,000. That's what you see there. Now, okay, sorry. Now, having identified this as an HHP using the criteria, we also did a risk assessment to see. So we did how the operator who is using or spraying the product is affected or is exposed. Now, in the risk assessment, this is the results that we got. And then it says that the operator is acceptable, risk is acceptable only with PPEs in low vegetable and high ornamentals. So if the operator is going to operate this with full PPEs, then the risk that is exposed is acceptable, according to the risk assessment that we did. Now, we also did the dietary risk assessment. When we are taking them in, what does it say? It says that the total residue, which is 110 of ADI, which is a borderline one, and it's unacceptable. So having done all these things, we came up with a proposed mitigation measure, which is restrict registration. What is our justification? The occupational risks were unacceptable only in a few cases with limited PPE. So the criteria is there. We use that to eliminate or identify HHPs. But then we will go ahead to do risk assessment. And then after having done the risk assessment, we look at what is the proposed mitigation measure that we have. And it could be either a restriction or my next slide, you see one product, this product, which is carbendazim. After going to the risk assessment, sorry. The best way that you have to keep this hazard of the product at bay is when you have controlled them. That's when you are wearing your PPE. Once you wear your PPE, hazard is caused toxicity. And the hazard is actually the inherent ability of the product to cause harm. So once the exposure is covered or you are covered, then of course, yeah, so once you avoid exposure, then of course the product that you are using, you have taken care of whatever you have to do. And all these precautions and things are given on the pesticide label so that whoever is using the product will be able to, read them and then this picture was sent to me by someone. these pictures were taken in Europe somewhere, and those days, that is how products were, being applied on the farm. You could see by the end of application, I'm sure this gentleman in front there would have been dead because he would have been soaked with products, all over. And these products are highly, highly hazardous products. But now you see the generation, the technology that has gone through. You hardly see products being people being exposed to these products. People are in air conditioning applicators and so on and so forth. But of course, we are still using knapsack sprayers. And that is why we have to make sure that those who are using the knapsack sprayers, if we are not going to take a decision to eliminate pesticide at all, then we have to make sure that whatever we are using, we go through the precautions, the PPEs that have been prescribed for this use of these products, so that we can be safe from the use of these products. So that is a label. It is important for us to read the label to be able to understand what the precautions are, how the storage warnings are, and so on and so forth, and how to effectively use the product for us to be, be safer in using this product. So I think on this note, I'll just sorry for taking your time and all that challenges that we had. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edmond. We'll have time for questions, but for now, I would invite Caesar to give us a case study of health implication of HHPs. So whilst he's preparing to come over, after which we'll have a panel discussion. So please put your questions down. But it's important for us to note that pesticides are meant to harm a form of life. That's it. That you must be wary of the harm that is going to cause you. Unfortunately, it said the pesticide shall not be registered for use in the country if it doesn't go through all the processes that he's talked about. We did a study somewhere around a protected area, and they had developed their own pesticide. They call it sharp, and it acted sharp too. Killed several primates within a second. And I was wondering whether anybody knew. They ate the meat, prepared the meat, sold the meat to the local restaurant, and people enjoyed the food. They didn't know that the pesticide was meant to harm a form of life. Caesar, you are most welcome. Thank you. It's all yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And sorry. Yeah, distinguished participants, and I stand on the previous protocols that have been observed as well. Prof. Chair, I was one of your students many years ago. You taught me botany at Legon many years ago. So it's just one of your students here trying to do the things that you've taught us over the years. Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Caesar Nyantejo. And I work with the Ghana Health Service. In one of our departments, we called the Poison Control Center, or the Ghana Poison Control Center. It's under our Public Health Division of the Ghana Health Service. And my topic, it's to present some case studies as far as exposure to pesticides, including highly hazardous pesticides exposure in Ghana are concerned, and that's the angle I'll look at it from. I struggle a bit with the topic, trying to, figure out whether I should go with all the definitions and the criteria that is associated with identifying a chemical as hazardous and highly hazardous and so on, as the first speaker, Edmond, has presented. But in addition to what he presented, the acute tox data being used, carcinogenicity data, mutagenicity, and all of that. One of the criteria that I've also come across is the criteria of specific target or organ toxicity, and that's in the GHS, So indeed, the question is, in Ghana, what kind of classification system are we using? Are we using the WHO classification system? Are we using the GHS classification system, and so on and so forth? So if specific target organ toxicity is also one of the criteria, So I approach my presentation from that angle. And as we go through, we'll see whether these chemicals are toxic and highly toxic or not. I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change the slide, but it's not changing. Okay. Yeah. So I'll go through. I'll do some quick introduction and get into the case studies. So as far as I'm concerned, or from the health point of view, I think exposure to pesticides, including hazardous pesticides, are pretty common in our set in Ghana, and various classes of chemicals are involved, and I'm sure the case studies would look at that. They include classes of pesticides such as the metal phosphines. That's the first speaker spoke about. That the aluminum phosphide, magnesium or zinc phosphide, paraquat, high toxic chemicals that we know, that exposure in a quantity such as a teaspoon, we know that that person is most likely going to pass away. It's just a matter of time. Organophosphates, quite pretty toxic as well. We'll see that. And then recently a chemical that we came across with Amitrax, quite confusing because it does have symptoms that shows like organophosphate and carbamate, but it is not organophosphate and carbamate. And therefore, if the health practitioner is not very careful, might approach the case like an organophosphate and carbamate, was actually this chemical has nothing to do with organophosphate and carbamate. So all those treatments might not work for that case, and so on and so forth. Glyphosate, yes, very interesting chemical on its own, and so on and so forth. Various age groups, sexes are involved. The circumstances of exposure quite also varied, accidental in most cases. But we do have the case of intentional suicide attempts or suicide, intentional use of chemicals, and I'm hoping that as the discussion goes on, we'll see that, because when these chemicals, as have been labeled, have been classified by the registering authority in various ways, and if people can actually get access to these chemicals, even in containers such as our water bottles and so on and so forth, then we will see the exposures and the consequences that we will see. But depending on the exposure circumstances and so on, the symptoms you will find are also very varied, from mild, moderate to very severe ones that you will also see. And as a result, the outcome of the exposure itself was also very varied, from cases of complete recovery up to cases of death, including death in a few hours that we've seen in some of those cases. So let's look at the details. So trying to change this slide. Okay, yeah. So so this is the first one, for instance. You see the age for the 3 years bail. Around about that time, we had this case reported. And the occupation of the victim said it's a chemical sprayer. It's a trained agrochemical sprayer, trained by one of the agrochemical companies, and he does spraying for individual, farmers. As at the time of the incident, he's done about 5 years or more of the chemical spraying without, what we call, pre-employment medical assessment, or periodic medical assessment or screening. So his status as to his baseline health before the exposure, then we don't know, and so on and so forth. And I'm hoping that as we get into the group work discussions, we will see the importance of some of these things to go along. So the time he came in, his signs and symptoms were palpitation, general body pain, vision issues, dizziness, hypersalivation, a lot of sweating, can't control his consciousness, unpleasant taste, issues of, So these are all symptoms enough to get this person, report to hospital, including being admitted actually in hospital. So, and that's why I asked the question I asked earlier on, is the classification based on, those class 1, class 2? Or are we saying that these symptoms are not enough for us to classify these exposures as hazardous or non-hazardous? So because of the symptoms that the patient presented with, or the case presented, we look at a number of investigations as far as this particular case is concerned. We look at his blood levels, and look at, various organ, liver function, renal function, cardiac function. We look at all those functions as far as the body organ systems are concerned. I'm sure because of the limited space of the slides that we are supposed to do, some things have been cut off, but you see that, one of the main things we saw was the disruption of the case's electrolytes system. That's how we call it, electrolytes system, where, the ions, sodium, potassium, which are involved in various, functions of the body, including the heart, so his potassium level was elevated or was very high, and that was probably part of what causing his symptoms. He said the chemical he was using at that time was glyphosate. What we were not sure of is whether it's only the glyphosate that was used or he used other chemicals. We went on to actually, do, some biological monitoring, such as blood cholinesterase level, and found out that it was negative as far as the patient was concerned, and therefore we had ruled out a chemical like organophosphate and carbamide. Yes, that's not enough. So yes, it's likely, if he says it's glyphosate that he was using, it's the glyphosate that was causing all these symptoms, and so on and so forth. Patient was admitted, managed over a couple of, I think about 2 weeks in admission in hospital. And by the grace of God, this case, recovered very well and was discharged home. Yeah, we look at the second one, for instance, so it's a female, 26 years, who ingested an unknown chemical. Fortunately, as part of the history, it was mentioned that the person or the patient had an issue of psychiatric disorder. We have all those classes of people, and therefore, as we are classifying these chemicals, how they get access to all this is an issue. But she ingested an unknown chemical, and that was the starting point. Had all these issues, was disoriented, as we call it. So not really in coma, but quite, disoriented. The coma scale was quite good, 12 on 15. That's not too bad. Vomiting, weakness, chest issues. The heart, the heart was raising up. Indeed showed up in the heart rate, which is above normal of 128 beats per minute. the blood pressure was just a borderline, so any little drop in the systolic value, this patient will be in what we call a low blood pressure hypotension case. The sugar level was normal. Was admitted into the hospital. We managed for a couple of days. And as we do that, we then sent a sample of that known chemical that we had asked the patient relatives to bring to the hospital, as well as a sample of the vomitors to the laboratory for testing. And the laboratory was Ghana Standards Laboratory, and they are here, one of our key partners. And it came out that the chemical and the vomitors were all positive, organophosphate and carbamate pesticide. Unfortunately, over the next couple of days, we had lost that patient. And then the last one, because of the time limitations that it gave us, I did about 3 or 4, and all of that. But see this one, 42 years male, and was a laborer in terms of his occupation. So apparently, as part of this brief summary of the history of the case, apparently was well reported to work and perform his usual morning duties that day, informed co-workers, around midday, I was going home for lunch, and went for lunch, and then was not returning on time, so you see the time, around midday, he informed colleagues that he was going for lunch. And we had then seen the case around like 2:33 p.m., just like in a matter of 3 hours, And then hadn't seen the case in a matter of about 3 hours, initially to a first referral facility before a referral to our case as well. And that he has collapsed, so when he wasn't returning, after an hour or two thereabout or so, colleagues went to his house and found him collapsed in his room, with vomiting. Apparently, they also said they found a container of a chemical with him, and that was a container that I put there. If you look on that container, it actually says that the chemical is Thermaphos. And if you check on Thermaphos, this is a trade name. If you check on Thermaphos, you'll realize that it is aluminum phosphide. So we had struggled with resuscitation of this case as well. Those were the symptoms: vomiting. Patients was unresponsive. So for instance, the pupils were not reacting to how sounds were not present. The blood pressure was unrecordable. Once you're dealing with a case like that, we are in trouble. You see the temperature and sugar levels were normal, but the other functions, so we had struggled trying to manage, within trying to resuscitate. And again, we lost this patient around 4 p.m. thereabouts. So you can see that just between midday and 4 p.m., we had lost this case as well. And for those of you familiar with the health effects of the metal phosphides, very, very toxic. One of their toxic effects when they are we expose them in good concentration, very high concentration enough, is cardiac arrest. Unfortunately, we couldn't follow the case through to post-mortem level, but we'll not be surprised that this case was a case of a cardiac arrest that took the case away. These are just some of the few cases. As I said, we're giving limits on the presentation. The Amitraz case that I mentioned, another very interesting case. Paraquat case that I mentioned, a very interesting case. If people accidentally, get exposed to paraquat, as I said, in 1 teaspoon, they take to drink accidentally in a suicide attempt or whatever. We just have to be praying to God. We keep managing them, supporting them, but we know that we are likely going to lose those cases because of just the sheer inherent toxicity of a chemical such as paraquat. I don't know the class that it belongs to. We can check, but those are the practical things we see within the human exposure setting. So, there's a few ones I want to bring to the attention, as we look into the topic and we see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think the pesticides are living to their original definition as having been designed to harm life. Out of the 3 cases, we had 66% death, so that the chances of dying is much higher if you get yourself contaminated with pesticides. Of course, it's also a very important substance if you want to live this world. As soon as you take it, you'll find yourself out. Thank you, Caesar, for your presentation. We'll have the opportunity to quiz the presenters even more after the last one has done the presentation. So please keep your questions for that time. We'll now take the 3rd presentation, which I think will also be exciting, will be very educative. The role of HHPs within agricultural production landscape in Ghana. We'll invite Raymond to do the presentation. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause?
Good morning. Thank you very much. All my presenters so far before me have done well. So the use of highly hazardous pesticides within agricultural production landscapes in Ghana. We looked at studies related to cocoa and other agricultural products, especially vegetables, to be able to understand pesticides use dynamics within our production landscape. So we all know that promotion of pesticides for control of pests and diseases in order to increase agricultural yield being the backbone why we use pesticides. But we have unintended consequences that arise when we use pesticides that are highly hazardous and unapproved. Therefore, several studies have been conducted within the production landscape in order to understand the use of pesticides and their impact on human health and the environment. And for Conservation Alliance International, these are some of the studies that we have conducted. Pesticides application and use within the cocoa production landscape that was conducted within, when we look at the former map of Ghana, we have 6 cocoa production regions. So we did 5. Volta region wasn't part of it, but 5 we did it. Then we also looked at the gender dynamics in terms of pesticides use when it comes to especially female and female. What are some of the choices that they make? What are the things that are inhibiting them in choosing a particular type of pesticides, so that it will form policymakers when they are designing policy to respect to distribution of pesticides, access to pesticides. They will know the challenges men and women are facing. Then we looked at the urban perception when it comes to vegetable production within the Accra metropolis. What pesticides are they also using? The challenges they are facing with respect to pesticides use. So these are some of the key findings. So dependency on pesticides for agricultural production was about 81%, meaning that this is expected. A lot of farmers are using pesticides within for control of pests, for weeds and other stuff. Then use of unapproved and approved pesticides. How farmers are using pesticides that are approved and those that are unapproved. And we realize that about 70% of farmers are using approved pesticides, and about 30% of them are not using are using unapproved pesticides, meaning that most farmers using approved, there's also room for improvement to be able to ensure that more farmers have access and are using the right pesticide that have been prescribed by our regulating authorities. Next slide. So when you look at this map, distribution of unapproved pesticides, we came out, we saw some 6 pesticides
that are unapproved within the production landscape. And when you look at the map, most of them were originating from Ashanti region. And when you look at Ashanti region, there are a lot of chemical shops over there, and the centrality when it comes to the location, a lot of farmers, and it's also surrounded by various cocoa regions. So that's where they were getting most of the unapproved pesticides. And for instance, Sobihwe, which was a suspected cocktail coming from our borders, we saw them around Brownhafo and Western North area, meaning that unapproved pesticides, the rules that are coming in terms of smuggling, we should be able to look at this, how we found it. So Ashanti region, Western North were particularly regions that were using most of the unapproved pesticides. So we looked at the factors that were influencing the use of HHPs, most of the unapproved pesticides, which are highly hazardous. And farmers perceive, or what the first factor that they perceive in using was its effectiveness. You have suspected cocktail mixture that they use. So they believe that it's effective in controlling pests and diseases and then weeds. That was one of the main criteria that farmers said they were using unapproved pesticides that were HHPs. Then in terms of affordability, because some of them were being smuggled, others were doing their own concoction in order to get farmers purchasing. It was a bit lower than the approved ones. And that was the reason why farmers were also using. Then when it comes to the gender dynamics aspect of it, we realize that even though we know cocoa growing landscape, most of them are male farmers, but the female farmers who were looking at for affordability, it was one of the main criteria. They, according to our study, they said that they don't have enough money. They are not realizing enough gains from their farms. So they cannot afford the approved ones. So they will look for those that are affordable. Then availability. The approved ones are available. But in terms of the unapproved ones, which are HHPs, some of them, if they are not getting access to the approved ones, then they resort to what is available within their vicinity. And so that is one of the reasons why farmers also getting access to unapproved pesticides. So it's better we also make as much as possible availability of the approved ones so that the farmers will not resort to the use of unapproved ones. Then somewhere recommendation. If somebody use a suspected cocktail and it works, the person recommends, I use this type of pesticide, it was sharp as he said, so it was sharp. So then why don't I use it? So recommendation was also one of the factors. Then we have cross-commodity use. At times, some of the pesticides are approved. As you looked at the EPA presentation, it could be for a particular crop, maybe a vegetable. And if a farmer tries it, maybe cocoa, and it works, that was also one of the things that were also happening. Pesticides that are approved for a particular crop were also being used for another crop, and it was also one of the avenues for HHPs. So we also looked at the perceived health impact of these HHPs of farmers, and the obvious impact that they had was the skin irritation, which was the most reported case, and then eye irritation, because most of the chemicals, farmers, if they are not wearing the right PPEs, are exposed with respect to their skin, and then if they don't have the goggles and other PPEs, they get eye irritation from these HHPs. Then we also looked at the environmental health impacts according to what farmers perceive to be. And when they use the pesticides and there's a drift off, they realized that they saw there was reported impacts on rodents, reptiles, and other faunas, especially pollinators. They will sue these midgets and then bees after spraying, using the unapproved ones that are highly hazardous. They saw some, and it was one of the most reported perceived cases in terms of environmental health. The next one was earthworms, which are very vital for soil fertility, and then others, especially those that we looked at it within the Adan area, was also water fleas and snails, especially at the estuary point where they have some farming activities there. Next slide. So after doing all these studies, we realized that 80% of farmers primarily rely on pesticides, and 30% of them are depending on HHPs, which are highly hazardous. And these HHPs have adverse impact on human health and the environment. So as an environmental organization, once we did these studies, then we needed to do also our part to be able to address some of these issues that we found out in our studies. And the first that we did was community education and public awareness for farmers to be able to know the impact of these HHPs and the unapproved pesticides that they are resorting, the impact that is having on their health and the environment. And that was what we did for them to be able to know. And those that we can also educate with respect to being linkage into cooperatives, because that is also an avenue that farmers are likely to get the approved pesticides. So that was some of the education that we did. Then we also set up demonstration sites on agroecological solutions like IPM. So some of the farmers who donated or had plots that we had, we taught farmers how to be able to use, do IPM, do the spraying as Cocoa Board prescribes, to be able to have it as a model farm so that they can also teach, and the farmers can also have, using the trainer on trainer approach. So farmers who have also been educated can or has been trained on how to apply pesticides in the right direction, how to be able to get the approved pesticides, how to do the calendar spraying and all those things. We also did that. Then we also engage with some policymakers and industry players as to how we can invest and promote other alternatives. Is there other alternatives that we can do? We also had discussions, and this is the third time that we are having it. Craig, Cocoa Board also gave useful inputs. Craig gave us whatever they are doing with respect to research on alternative, which we can also use to educate farmers. And the next one that we are also doing with CSIR is to be able to use Stakeholder solution to be able to help farmers to be able to identify the unapproved pesticide from the approved pesticide, and to be able to also offer e-extension. We know that farmers now, phone coverage is very high. Farmers are using these Android phones, and then phones that are compatible when you want to do things digitally. Then additionally, there have been also been solutions when it comes to weather forecast, and farmers are now using all those things. So we thought that it was an avenue that we can also explore together with technology firms to be able to see how we can be able to. So the prototype has been done. The approved pesticides that we've gotten and those that are unapproved, we have done the testing to be able to see. Once we get to the prototype stage, we'll commission stakeholders to be able to look at it and how we can better refine these technologies so that farmers can now also use technologies to identify unapproved pesticides and also do what we call e-extension using the digital information realm, which is now in vogue nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we can do better than what we have done. Thank you. Thank you. At least it's come to the fore that about 30% of farmers are using unapproved pesticides, that is HHPs. And the side commentary is that they are not under the watch of EPA, so they won't come over to register. That's the side commentary. So we have a responsibility. Again, you see, they use very romantic names for their pesticides so that you are attracted naturally to it. So be fair, very sexy, I guess. Consider, assuming that you have pesticide with such romantic names, becomes attractive. You don't need to advertise, they will certainly come to you. And the fact that 81% from the previous study, from the previous presentation, are using herbicides. It's not surprising that these days we are not getting cocoyam. Because in the past, cocoyam was proud as soon as the forest is cleared. But now they are not, because we are almost destroying everything down there. I think it's about time we all raise our voices to ensure that we control the use of pesticides for commodity production. Thank you so much. We'll now move quickly to the next presentation, and that's coming from Cocoa Health Extension Division. Samuel, if you are ready, it's all yours. Shall we, with a round of applause, welcome Samuel. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome all of you. I represent Craig and my colleague represents Ched. Craig is Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana and Ched is Cocoa Health and Extension Division of Cocoa Board. Can you project the slide? Now, we have given different definitions to pesticides, but what I can say, or what I would want all of us to understand, is every pesticide is a poison. Every pesticide that you want to use anywhere is a poison. And so you must guard against and protect the level at which you apply this. Until the early 1900s, we didn't have any pesticide for cocoa. Then in the year 1908, somewhere in the eastern region, specifically Hemai in those days, they refer to the village Fanchineko. When farmers realized that mirids were destroying their cocoa, they reported this to the colonial government authorities. And the community gave the name Sankunuabe to the merid, Akati. Sankunuabe, meaning go back to planting oil palm. So that was it. At the time, the recommendation that was given for merid control, Akati control, was kerosene and soap emulsion. Please, next slide is just to give you the history of pesticide use on cocoa in the country. Kerosene and soap was what was recommended for farmers for mirids. So they were mixing soap and kerosene and just, there were no equipment. There was no application equipment at the time. So they would just go, what they will normally do was to use brushes and brooms to paint the trees. Many of us know when our mothers were cooking with bobo and then you have kerosene dropping in your soup, you will understand what how the taste will be. Consumers of the produce, cocoa, wouldn't accept kerosene. So by the 1920s to 1940s, nicotine from tobacco, so toxic and sulfur. So nicotine sulfate was what was available for use against mirids. In fact, currently Cocoa Board is spraying fungicide against black pod and then insecticide against pests. In those days, black pod disease was as minor as anything. And you have the pathogen Phytophthora palmivora everywhere that cocoa was cultivated. So nobody considered black pod disease control. So it was just merid, Akati, Sankunuabe. You will realize that many of those that used nicotine sulfate in the 1920s, up to 1940s, many of our great-grandfathers or grandfathers died or suffered from nicotine sulfate. So by the 1940s, whether by default when the Germans developed DDT for the Second World War, it became the weapon of use against pests. So between the 1940s and 60s, a number of organochlorine compounds were used in cocoa in this country. And the first was DDT, followed by heptachlor, tozafin, chlordane, aldrin, bidrin, dieldrin, and all this. And then the almighty linden gamma hexachloride or gamalin 20. I must say that we used gamalin 20 from the 1960s until the year 2001. Our farmers will never want to do away with gamalin 20. So you realize that from the 70s, when we had, in fact, the mass spraying that Cocoa Board is doing now, in fact, I will use the word oats, mass spraying. It's not mass. Yes, we are doing spraying. This was also done in the 1950s and 60s. And by 1964, 65, Ghana recorded one of the highest output in those years. More than 640,000 metric tons of cocoa was produced around that time. We used linden, we loved gamalin, but by 1963-64, the two key merit species or Akati species were starting to develop resistance to linden. So around Pankasi in the eastern region, Distantiella theobroma was developing resistance, and then at the substation of the former Wakri in Onigambari in Ibadan, Sabegella was developing resistance to gamalin or linden. So there was the need to look for alternatives. So we had what we call the International Capsid Research Team, led by Colin Wood from Canada, that actually came down to Ghana to investigate the resistance problem and to look for alternatives. So it's for that reason that we have the chamabates, the organophosphorus compounds, and the synthetic pyrethroids coming into the picture. So these were the chemicals that came, and we used them over and over and over. I must say by the year 2001, when the Kufuor administration wanted to reintroduce the mass spraying program, it also was the time that all, as Edmond said, the POPs and other toxic products were to be phased out. So linden was to go. Our farmers resisted, but they had to agree. So the organophosphorus compounds, the carbamate compounds, and then the organochlorines were all to go. So they were phased out. This was the time that we had the neonicotinoids. Neonicotinoids. Where does Craig come in here? You see, for every product to be used on cocoa, in fact, we worked with the EPA and then the Ghana Standards Authority, I think Paul is here, to make sure we follow what our consumers love and will admit and accept. So the Minamata Convention, the Rotterdam Convention, the Stockholm Convention, we follow what is required of this country to make sure the products that we use on our produce are actually what is accepted. And we look at not just the approval of the product, but also the MRLs, the maximum residue limits of these products. So Craig must ensure that products that go to the EU, that we use on our produce, actually meet these requirements. So Craig is actually at the forefront. We test. We only recommend to the Cocoa Board, and the board actually gives approval. And then CHED, our sister division, who actually are on the ground with the farmers, actually do the distribution, supervise the use of these products. So a product could be approved because the last presenter was talking about approved products. Yes, you can have an approved product, but this product could be abused, misused. And I think our brother from the health services will tell you, if you do this, you still have the harmful effects. Fortunately, Cocoa Board would not want anybody who handles these products actually to go, when it comes to the health issues. The requirements of consumers of cocoa, the European Union in particular, in fact, they actually buy more than 80% of our cocoa. The Japanese buy so little, but they have very stringent requirements of pesticide residue. And then you have the Americans. The Americans, I'm sorry to say, whatever the EU accepts, it goes. They will not come and say, what are you doing? Once the EU accepts, the Americans will accept. But Japan will make sure they dig deeper. You see, when you send the beans to Europe and they want to do residue analysis, the Europeans will analyze for residues in the bean, the nib that is roasted for chocolate. But the Japanese will want to see the shell that is thrown out. How much chemical do you have in that shell? They still want to know. You see, this is how we have to struggle to meet their requirements. I think when the earlier presenters gave the slides, they showed some unapproved products that are still on the market. In fact, like Akatisro. Akatisro was in the 1970s to up to 2000, for example. That is Basudin, Dazinon. You see, Dazinon is banned in this country. So you see, our farmers will still, for some reasons, have Dazinon in their system. Where are they getting them from? Because the EPA will not register Dazinon, as Edmond rightly said. They will make sure some of these products that are phased out are not registered. But where are they getting them from? I think one of the presenters said, I think at the earlier addresses, we heard Ghana, South Africa, and Cameroon. It means our closest neighbor, the Ivorians, they are not telling us something. They use so much chemical. In fact, many of the unapproved products that we find along the western corridor of this country on cocoa are coming from that country. Where are they getting them? When Ghana banned, when the EU forced the producing countries to ban the use of these organochlorines and organophosphates compounds, and the sulfan, which was registered at the time for cotton, and Ghana banned endosulfan. Cote d'Ivoire was using endosulfan on cocoa. When we adhered and agreed to follow the EU requirement, our neighbor was not doing it. So you see, so maybe you go over the next slides. So now we have Kodapec. I say Kodapec is the Cocoa Disease and Pest Control Program. And then the high-tech actually was introduced in 2003 to actually add fertilizers to improve soil fertility. You see, now we have these programs running. Cocoa Board ensures that, yes, the products that are to be used are tested and then released, distributed to farmers for free. You see, you sit back and say, the country is just throwing chemicals all over. My dear sister from Germany would think, if they are doing mass spraying, then everything is just being thrown around. No, there is a vast area in the eastern region, right from Aquadum to Puno de Nsusu to Tuasa. That whole enclave is reserved by this country, by the government, not for conventional, but for organic production. And the farmers and the Yaira Glover and his group, those teams are registered with Swiss and German companies to supply organic, safer produce. Of course, they are ready to pay premium for this. So you have mass spraying, you have going on, and I must say, in the past, we're not using fungicides. Now, by the 1970s, exactly 74, Dr. Dakwa detected that, yeah, wherever you have cocoa, you have Phytophthora parmivora. Professor, you are here, you are a botanist. Parmivora is everywhere that you have cocoa. Now there is this fungal species, Phytophthora megakarya, that is found only in Ghana, was found only in Ghana, but now Cote d'Ivoire has it, Cameroon has it, Nigeria, they have gotten it. Now, this is so virulent and spreads so quickly and then so damaging. So countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea, and then the Americans, they are not bothered about this. They also have their problems. The South Americans have witches, broom, frosty pod, and so on. Phytophthora megakarya requires that we use fungicides. So the fungicides that we are using in Ghana now is because we need to apply them to manage Phytophthora megakarya, not parmivora. Parmivora is milder and you could still do cultural practices and manage it. But megakarya is the problem. So you see, we have now phased out imidacloprid. That is, what do you call it? Confido. As I said, when we tested Confido, the formulation was soluble concentrate. So it was just like this water. Soluble, anything soluble you put in water, you don't see anything, it dissolves, isn't it? And then we realized that because our farmers wouldn't believe, in fact, when the first distribution went out, farmers didn't believe that there was anything because you measure it, it was just like the water. And some farmers were actually testing. They would mix and taste to be sure the chemical was there. So those who were familiar with the early use of Confido came to realize that we asked the company to add that blue dye. So Confido was like a blue chemical. We asked that to be done. And then the farmers, now there is something in it. And they trusted it. You see, it was pathetic at the time, again, when people were sitting, the last presenter said, the Ashanti region sells so much. Yes, you find these Ashanti traders adding laundry blue that they use in the laundries. They do their own concoction, put laundry blue in, and they were selling them as what? Confido. So farmers were not getting value for money. So yes, now many chemicals are out. Imidacloprid, thiamethoxam are culprits of bee decline in Europe and America. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, bees don't pollinate cocoa. The midges that pollinate cocoa are not harmed. They are like mosquitoes. They breed so much in marshy areas and they are not affected by this. But because our consumers, the European Union, the Americans want products that will be favorable to their ecosystems, we have decided, in fact, I've had several discussions with Edmond at EPA on some of these EU decisions. Yes, we say, if the EU says they don't want these products, we agree. We in Ghana will not approve the use of imidacloprid, thiamethoxam-based chemicals in this country on cocoa. So if you should go out and you see anybody selling products containing this, they are not approved by Cocoa Board. I think the moderator said, if you found a chemical labeled consider, yes, it has the imidacloprid in it. That's the active ingredient, you see. And we would not. But where are they getting them from? This is the problem. So bifenthrin also is out. You see, there are two things. Let's get this understanding. These are, they are banning this, in fact, especially imidacloprid. The EU is banning imidacloprid. They want to ban it because of the harmful effects on bees, bamboo bees and all kinds of bees in Europe. They want to ban it, and we are following that. We agree, we are not using it on cocoa. But thiamethoxam and bifenthrin are like you having your driver's license expired. It doesn't mean you are not a driver. You could renew your license. So the registration of this, we agree. Any products whose registration expires in the EU, they could go and renew the registration. But once the renewal is not done, Cocoa Board will not approve of those products. So that's where we are as a country. Next, please. So, together with CHED and other divisions of Cocoa Board, those who do the spraying, the spraying teams are taken through vigorous training. You see, when I talk about abuse, you need to set the nozzle at a specified grade so that the level that flows or flow is within a certain sort of volume. Because for us, a tank full should be able to cover half an acre. Half an acre is about 200 trees. So if you put the nozzle at, say, jet number 4, 10 minutes, the whole thing is empty. And you would have sprayed just this room. So you would have overdosed the trees. So between Chad and Craig, we ensure and make sure those doing the application actually apply at recommended concentrations. Next. Yeah, like Edmond said, the personal protective clothing and ensuring that, yes, during the CODAPEC program, we realized a number of 6 spraying teams at Asim Fosu that died. It was pathetic at the time. What happened? They were going to the field to apply. The bucket that they were going to use to fetch water, they had a chemical in it. They had a cassava dough that they were going to prepare their banku. In the same thing, the chemical leaked onto the dough. And we were all sorry, we were witnesses at the time, and it's so pathetic, so pathetic. So the education is something that Cocoa Board ensures that we carry out. Now, the human rights things that come about with chemical uses, sometimes the EU want to ask, are you using children for this application? Cocoa Board has laid down restrictions on people who should apply chemicals, especially the teams. Now they have registered, Madam Queen Mother is here and our farmers are here, cooperatives in the communities who actually link up with CODAPEC to get the chemicals and then give them out to hired spraying teams. And they make sure the chemicals are applied correctly and at the right time. Next. So, as part of what Cocoa Board does or is doing is we must apply the chemicals at the right concentrations. We must incorporate IPM strategies. You see, some farms left to the farmer, every month they will spray. Some will spray every 2 weeks. No, you don't have to do it. You spray when you have the pest problem. You have the pest pressure. You see, and you see, let me just, I always use this example. When you have your cocoa farm and you allow the young shoot to spring out, the chupons to come. You see, the chupons are the most succulent part of the plant. So what happens? The pregnant akati that is coming will want a place where the food is more nutritious to nourish the eggs and the young ones that will come. By removing chupon removal and pruning, that alone is a cultural strategy to minimize this insects population. You see, so we make sure all these are followed. I won't go through them one by one. But what Cocoa Board has done since 2001 is the ban on use of herbicides in cocoa and the introduction of the mechanical slashers. You see, so you talked about ecosystem services by pollinators and stuff like that. The snails, the earthworms that help with nutrient cycling in the soil. You see, all these are part of the activities and recommendation by Cocoa Board to ensure that we have a very useful chemical use program in this country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Shall we do it much better than we've done it? Thank you. Thank you. So that's from Shed, and he says every pesticide is a poison. I think that is a social science definition. Every pesticide is poison, so don't joke with it. Doesn't matter whatever definitions are given by the EU, the EPA, or whatever protocols, every pesticide is poison. The good news is that Cocoa Board has banned the use of herbicides and have introduced the mechanical slashes. Well, to what extent is that happening in the field? Let's listen to Cocoa Group so that then shall we invite the representative of Cocoa Mami Akwaba, Bekike Biche. Kwame should be getting ready as soon as she's done. You will come up and then we'll bring all the presenters forward and then we'll now ask them questions. Good, you are there. Kwame, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Patricia is my name, as you go, but I belong to a group called Cocoa that is Cocoa Cooperative, all women cocoa producers who aim to improve their livelihood. So because we want to improve our livelihood, we are also careful in using pesticide. Yeah. Pesticide is an essential input in cocoa production. We cannot do away, or we can't increase our yield without using pesticides. We mostly rely on the supply of pesticide from Cocoa Board. But what actually happens? We have been taught by the extension officers that at least we are supposed to spray our farm 3 times in the year. But most often we get this supply once or twice. And sometimes we find inscriptions on them. Most farmers cannot read and write. Sometimes even the measurements we use is unapproved. It's not only the quality, sometimes the quantity. I think cocoa research talk about the types of pesticides that is approved. The ones they mentioned, are they available? We are to Cocoa Board support us, and we are to also supplement it. Is the word right? Yes, forgive me, I'm a farmer. Most of the time I'm in the bush and I don't use your big English. But Cocoa Board support us with pesticides, but not enough. So we have to top up by buying from the market. Do we get the approved ones in the market? Sometimes even the on for sale one that we see on the market, on for sale, not for sale by Cocoa Board. You find them in the market, but can we afford it? That is the approved one. Mostly you see the not for sale by Cocoa Board. We sometimes find them in the market. How they get there, we don't know. But are they affordable? We see that Confidor is approved by Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board have their symbols. But you also find Consider. And Confidor, Consider, it makes confusion in the ordinary farmer's mind. They are not for cocoa. You see the, how do you call it? The marketing vans in the communities. You know, these marketers have a very strategy. They go to the doorsteps of the farmers because the farmers' roads are poor. Going to the market is also another cost to the farmer. Sometimes they have arranged that this Tuesday, one person will go and all the community people will give their money to that one person who is going for the market on Tuesday to buy for them. But if a marketing oven come to the community, all of them rush to that van and buy the pesticides. And is it the approved one? Sometimes we spray and we see our cocoa deteriorating. What can we do about it? I suggest that Cocoa Board should put the approved pesticides at the doorstep of the farmers, even if for sale. They will buy because we buy it when they bring it, when the marketers bring the unapproved one and cheap. If they are not going to give it to us free and they will even subsidize it, we know that we need to spray our farms twice, at least twice or thrice in the year. Not talking about only the pesticide, the fungicides and other things. When we see our farm deteriorating, we weep because we have toiled hard for our farms. And now, if the unapproved pesticides found their way on the doorsteps of the farmers or on the markets, what is the law or the regulations concerning controlling, supervising, and monitoring of these unapproved pesticides doing? Most of them are not manufactured locally. They are imported. What is the port doing about it? Is it the customs or the immigration who are in charge? When it comes to the Ghanaian community, is it the PPRS or what? Is it the Plant Protection Agency, PPA, PPRS? What are they doing? I was at a chemical shop trying to negotiate to buy pesticides on credit. You know, when you're going to buy something on credit, you have to prove to the seller that you can buy. So you may spend some time there. So I heard that, hey, they are coming in our local dialect. But they were not fast. So the one who was coming came. And then he said, after talking, this one is not approved. It's not supposed to be on the shelf. Then after a long talk and negotiation, the person collected money. Yes, he was supposed to take all those unapproved pesticides from the shelf, but he took money and left it on the shelf for the farmers to come and buy. After he left, the seller said, in fact, I told the seller that I am going to seize those products, but who am I? Even if the one in charge has taken money and gone away, am I empowered to do that? There should be people who are empowered to remove unapproved chemicals from the shelf. What are we doing about it? We, the farmers, are telling ourselves that we are educating ourselves. With the cooperatives these days, we are educating ourselves. And I think all of you here should support us in your own small way. We, the cocoa farmer, the cooperative, we have even planned to get our own extension officers, because sometimes farmers cooperative or farmer groups, when we see something and we talk, it looks as if we are in battle with the authorities. No, we want the best for ourselves and our generation to come. All of you here should support us to fight the bribery and corruption in removing unapproved chemicals from the shelf. Cocoa Board should do well to make sure, to monitor, to supervise that the pesticides that are supposed to get to the farmers actually get to the farmers. Not for sale pesticides shouldn't find their way on the market. They should go to the farmers for the farmers to use it. And when we do that, all of us can move Ghana forward. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Leticia. Yes, she couldn't have ended in a better way than she did. He said, all of us, what EPA and you should help move Ghana forward. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult for us to handle the unapproved pesticides on the market. It's like it's too big. Almost everything from production, distribution, use is unapproved. Almost everything. Even the not for sale pesticides are now changed their status to for sale on the market. It's unapproved. Even not for sale is now for sale. Wow. Good. Another round of applause for Leticia. All right. We'll now invite Kwame and his team to quickly give us a rundown of what they have done within the past few weeks. Shall we give him a welcome him?
Thank you very much. Please, can I have the... So my name is Kwame. We did some work. The work that I'm going to present is part of a PEG work, right? And I am not going to say anything against what everybody has said, right? But all the findings are really coming from farmers, right? So we'll see how we can interrogate the information that we have received so far. But I think that most of the information that I have here is going to collaborate with most of the things that we have already shared already. So basically, this is outline of the work. And for us, we all know that cocoa is very important for our country because a lot of farmers depends on it. And most of the data Doug has already shared that I don't want to bore. But the most important thing that I want to emphasize is the low productivity as a result to pests and disease. And I think Doug made mention of merits, black pod, swollen shoots. And because I'm going to talk about insecticides, I will really connect it to the merits, right? Okay. But there is something that we have observed with farmers, the over-dependency on pesticides. And I think that since morning, all of us, we share this idea that because farmers are struggling with low productivity, the best bet to be able to improve productivity is to go for pesticides. Now, there is a big problem when it comes to pesticide use in Ghana. Number one, unregulated of it use, inefficient supply and distribution of agrochemicals. I mean, it is good that we have mass spraying, we have all those interventions, but we chance on farmers who have said that even pesticides are given to them on measurement basis. If I said on measurement basis, you know, if you drink alcohol, they call it tot. You know, you pour it into other bottles and then it is set for them. So in terms of distribution, there's a problem there. And there are global concerns that Dr. Edwe Champon alluded to. And I think that he specifically mentioned with the chlorprate, thiamethoxam, and bifenthrin. It's like we have shared notes, right? So how does all these pesticides or insecticides that we have mentioned works? So in the case of bifenthrin, you see that they have what we call fluorine group. It's a halogenated group that affects the neurons of these insects. And when it gets into their neurons, it hits them and then they die off. So it is not about only farmers, but even with bifenthrin, some of the pesticides that we use in our houses, they contain bifenthrin, right? And then we also have thiamethoxam and imidacloprid. That is part of the neonicotinoids group. And that also basically work. Doc mentioned the new nicotine group. They also have that group, we call it the nitro group. So the nitro group also works on the neurons, right? And then also knocks them off. So that is how these insecticides that we have been talking about, that is how they operate, or that is how they work. Now, the last part of the problem is the persistency, pest resurgence, misapplication by cocoa farmers, and maximum residue that we have mentioned, and then non-target and what affects the pollinators. But you see, sometimes you are spraying against merits, but we call what we call non-target organism. It goes into other places, right? So that is why we call it non-target. But there's something that Doug mentioned in terms of the pollinators, right? With the pollinators, we know that midges, all these chemicals, they don't affect midges, but there are literatures that also shows that midges have the same morphology. If I say morphology, they have similar characteristics of bees, and people have reported, and I think that, Doug, you allude to that they are in literatures that people have said that even some of the pesticides that we spray, it is likely, or there's a potential that it also affects some of the midges. And they also mentioned that it is likely that even as we are even experiencing low productivity, it has some form of connection. And if you read literature, it is not something that has been confirmed, but indiscriminate application of pesticides. And I think that from EPA, the weedicides or the herbicides is really problematic. And if you look at the percentage, 80%, it's really an issue that for us as a country, we have to look at. So as I mentioned, this is a bigger study, but I'm not going to show all the study, but I'm just going to show the perception bit about what the farmers said and what the spraying service provided. I am using
service providers, I'm not comfortable with mass spraying, because anytime that you mention mass spraying, it is like Ghana, we have a helicopter or spraying the whole country. So I'm very comfortable using spraying service providers. So basically the aim of the work is to look at farmers' perception and effect of pesticides on farmers and spraying service providers and estimate residual levels in the 4 major cocoa regions. So the specific objective is to look at the knowledge level of these farmers. Number 2, to look at the knowledge level of spraying service providers. And the dog also mentioned the occupational hazards. You know, we try to also look at the serum acetylcholinesterase levels. You know, when you are exposed to phosphate or carbamate, that is the analysis that you have to do to check whether the spraying service providers are also exposed. And the last bit is more of chemistry, you know, trying to look at the residual levels and all that. That's maybe today I will not bore you with that. So now let's look at the results for the perception studies. So we did that in Western North, Western region, Ashanti region, Central region. And you see that from what Raymond just mentioned, these are very key areas that you have to look out for, because we have about 90% of our cocoa coming from this area. And as usual, Ashanti region being the hub, and then all these other regions find their way going there. So it is very nice to do research in this area. Now, we sampled 404 farmers. If you use a 95 confidence limit and you are using 800,000 cocoa farmers in Ghana, you have to do a sample size of something like 350. From literature, we realized that at highest that people have gone is between 200 and 50. But we really want to see what is really happening. So we went ahead to do something like 400 plus, just to see the situation. So we use what we call the Kobo Collect. Kobo Collect is just a tablet with a back end. So when you upload your questionnaire, then you are on the field, you get the data in real time. And so a tablet and you still have the data in your office. And then we also we did a focus group discussion as well. So in the nutshell, these are the demography and then the male and female. I mean, this is very well known because you have a lot of male participating in cocoa production. So this is no news. And then in terms of ages, we have active age between 41 to 60. And then a lot of people think that cocoa farmers are not knowledgeable. You see how our madam was really speaking here. So this is, but what is important that I want to differ a bit with maybe Doug, or to add your knowledge, is this is what farmers are saying, that they are using synthetic pyrethroids, in this case, bifenthrin. And some of the pesticides that they mentioned with the bottles that they presented is what you see. And this research was done between 2021 and 2022. And we've published 2 papers, 2022 and 2023 this year. And this is what the farmers are saying, that they have it at the market and these are being used. But of course, you have mentioned that Cocoa Board, they have banned it, but it is in the public domain and farmers are using it. And the neonicotinoids that we mentioned, they use acetamiprid that comes in the form of buffalo, imidacloprid in the form of Confidor and thiamethoxam. So if you go to the summary, you have about 30% using imidacloprid, 42% using bifenthrin, and all the others in a category of 18%. 10% couldn't mention the type of pesticides or insecticide that they are using. So in the nutshell, about 70% they use Cocoa Board approved chemicals, right? And that is very interesting for you. But I am also of the view that we have to have a discussion around it, because you have said that thiamethoxam, imidacloprid, and bifenthrin, you are now facing it off. And I think that it is something that we have to check how we deal with the market. But I use this based on your approved list. the 2021 version, right? To really check what exactly the farmers are doing. So in terms of knowledge and awareness, we realize that farmer groups are resourced with information in handling pesticides, and especially the farmer groups and the certification groups, they have been trained and then they are aware with handling agrochemicals. But the knowledge did not influence the ability to handle the rest. So in terms of the knowledge they have, but that does not translate into how they handle and it is implemented on the ground. More than half of the respondents, 63%, were aware of the harmful effects of the pesticide, but 37% neither nor had any idea of such effects, and they play around it. What is very interesting about where they get the information in terms of if they want to buy, if they want to use the agrochemicals, and interesting to watch, because with the cooperatives, with the NGO certification, they have that information, but they also get information from licensed buying companies and then purchasing clerks. And that is where we had to look at, because we all know that with licensed buying companies and purchasing clerks, they have nothing to do with chemicals. But it is becoming very obvious that they told us that these purchasing clerks and LBCs, they keep boxes of pesticides, and so that when you bring the cocoa bag, you are giving a pesticide. So in terms of training, right, we had to look at these stakeholders within the cocoa supply chain. It's very important. So where do they store these pesticides? And I think in the morning we have all said that pesticides is very poisonous. We have established that point. But they keep it, 16% of them out of the 400, they keep it in the bedroom, others keep it in the porch, 16% in the kitchen, some 8% say that they have a special storehouse, and others claim that they use it immediately, they open it, and 17% they have no specific area that they push it. And this presents a lot of risk to the chemical or insecticides use. So these are disposal and reported health cases. A lot of cocoa farmers, they burn and then they bury. That is what they say. They said others throw away on the farm, they dispose in water bodies. 5.4 mentioned that they dispose with regular waste, and this presents some risk to us. In terms of their health symptoms, Raymond mentioned, and that was not different from what we recorded: skin irritation, throat and nose irritation, eye irritation, difficulty in breathing, cough, and then headache. So in summary, for the first objective, we realized that 87% of farmers interviewed were members of a group. They belong to certification group or they belong to cooperative. It could be Cocoa Board Cooperative. 70% of them use insecticide approved by the Ghana Cocoa Board. Neonicotinoids and pyrethroid families were the most commonly used insecticides, accounting for 42% and 30% of the total use. Farmers were knowledgeable about pesticides. If you tell them, they will give you the list, but this did not translate into the best pesticides handling practices. Farmers acknowledged that they were fully aware of the negative effects of pesticides on humans and ecosystem, particularly non-target organisms. Now, with this talking to 400 farmers, we decided that, okay, let's zoom in and talk to for better words, let's use the mass sprayers. So we zoom in with some of the spraying service providers. So these people that you see here, we did a focus group discussion for them, and they have been contracted by Cocoa Board to do the mass spraying, and they have also been contracted by private entity, to also spray for them, and then they also spray for individual farmers as and when they approach them. And we assume that these people, having been trained by the government and having been trained by private sector, they should do better than the farmers. But the story wasn't different. So in terms of exposure, they mentioned that farmers require of them that when they are working for farmers. Farmers want them to get drenched when they spray, because if you don't do that, it means that you didn't do a good job. and sometimes they do that in the presence of children and their spouses to support them. And they recorded of gastrina disturbances, diarrhea, and nausea. Others mentioned that they have a very hard tongue after doing the spraying. But what is also very important to note is we have all mentioned this morning that PPE is very crucial, personal protective equipment. But these people should do that, but they are saying that they feel uncomfortable when they put it on. And I don't know whether, and they mentioned that in the afternoon, the PPE is too heavy for them. And others mentioned that even when they wear the goggles, I don't know whether they are the right goggles that they are supplied with. The goggles get cloudy, right? And it is not comfortable using it. So they don't use it. But in terms of when they get intoxicated, how do they address it? Some of them said that they drink gallon of water, they eat pawpaw, they chew charcoal to remedy the effects. But use of charcoal and all these can only work within 1 minute when you take in pesticides. So it is not really working. And when they get poisoned, they drink palm oil, right? And we assume that all these people that have been trained should know much more better in managing pesticides intoxication and pesticides poisoning. So in terms of misapplication, they use pesticides meant for cocoa for vegetables, and some of them also do what we call orthodox practice of mixing different pesticides. They do what they call concoction, and some of them confirm that once they mix it and they push it in the machine, it affects the machine. Sometimes they get clogged, sometimes they form mass with that. And why are they mixing it? Sometimes they want to save money. They mention that they mix liquid fertilizer with a pesticide so that in terms of spraying, they will save cost, because they can't afford to spray, for example, Sadako, and at the same time, which is a liquid fertilizer, at the same time, they'll go and spray pesticide. So they put everything together, and then some of them, in terms of empty use pesticides, some of them use it for food storage, food storage, maybe salt or sugar or palm oil in the house. So just to summarize what I've just mentioned, the first part I didn't want to bore you, so I didn't show the result. But there is unhealthy spraying and malpractices in pesticides handling. Majority shows symptoms suggestive of exposure to pesticides and demonstrated very little knowledge in managing pesticide poisoning and intoxication. So in terms of some recommendation, you see that this morning with a discussion, we have all proposed some solution for the farmers, but we have not engaged the farmers enough. And I think that farmers should be given the opportunity to contribute to the pesticide topic. It should be bottom-up approach. And then I'm happy that we have Cocoa this afternoon or morning talking to us how they think that how we should approach it. So it's not like they don't have the knowledge, they don't know what they are about, but we need to bring them into the discussion. If it is about personal protective equipment, which type, what will go for them? We need to engage with them. And largely, I think with all our discussion and this morning, I didn't see us mentioning integrated pest management as a policy for the country. And that is something that all of our CSOs, government should look at it. And in terms of pesticides monitoring, we approve, Cocoa Board will approve, government will approve, EP, but I think monitoring at the community level is very critical. And maybe the last part, I leave it for the chemical analysis and all that. So thank you very much for listening.
Another round for Kwame. Thank you so much for All the presenters, please come over here. Kwame, don't go. You're already here. Take your seat and come right here. Thank you. So Kwame indicated that 10% of the farmers are not even sure the type of pesticide they are applying. I'm sure they know, but it's only that the name is so difficult to pronounce. That's why they didn't tell you. Again, he indicated, let's have the seat right here. Again, he indicated that 63% of the farmers are aware, they are very knowledgeable in respect of the pesticides they use. The only thing is that when it comes to application, you hardly find them using the knowledge that they have. Another interesting part of it is that 16% of them also store their pesticides in their bedrooms. If the bedrooms are not being used for the purpose that it should be used for, obviously, chemicals can be stored there. And the presentation gives it an indication that if you look at the entire value chain, I think almost every aspect of it is unapproved. From production, from the policy, from supply, for enforcement, almost everything is unapproved. And it's important that we take a second look at the pesticides sector in this country. Do we have all the presenters here? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for you to ask them questions. You have listened to all the presentations. This is a time to ask them questions. Give him the mic.
So I think mine is a comment to all of us here. Why is it that when somebody smokes a piece of marijuana, he goes to jail, and the farmer keeps all these poisonous substances in their homes and sometimes applies them in their field, leaving residues that would kill people, and there are no punitive measures for these farmers because we claim they are poor? But then the guy who is smoking weed, is he not poor? But he goes to jail for that.
I think it will go to EPN, Dr. Edouard Mpoma, to Cocoa Board.
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking, because there's should be punitive measures, because these are dangerous chemicals that are being bundled around. So I'm just asking, why haven't we, the CSOs, haven't really taken these farmers? Yeah, because it is dangerous and we need to do something about it.
All right. So as the question comes, please put them down. The next one, let it go quickly before we go for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Mine is a comment and a question.
All right. Do you have any particular person that you want to?
Yes, Mr. Edmond.
All right.
I'll make a comment before I go to the question.
Go ahead, sir.
Observing from the various presentations and the submissions, you would realize that the issue of pesticides is very dicey.
Yeah.
It has to do more of irresponsible use of pesticides and not just pesticides itself. Because coming from the pesticides industry, I'm sure one will appreciate the various processes that a pesticide importer goes through before getting his license. Right. The years of research to develop an active ingredient and the processes he or she would go through before it is being approved for the Ghanaian market. Right. But then our narrative should be looking at the irresponsible use of these pesticides by farmers, and also the issue of counterfeiting that most of our presenters mentioned. And in Mr. Edmond's submission, in his last page, I think he asked a question if we should still go ahead to use the knapsack sprayers, looking at the level of pesticide exposure to the sprayers. My question is, in Ghana, where are we with drone technology, as this is an emerging force in most of the agrarian economies?
Thank you. I think he will respond when he gets to his turn. Yes, the next question, please.
Thank you very much. Mine goes to the presenter at the extreme left. Conservation Alliance, I just escaped your name.
Raymond,
his name. Critical information about 80% respondents who are using pesticides and 30% using unapproved pesticides. How many respondents did you engage?
Good.
Which area did you engage this study? How many outliners did you observe in this study? Because you are talking about percentages. I also want to speak to Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board, you made a comparison from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, where you made a statement which is cardinal. You said all the banned chemicals were coming from Cote d'Ivoire. I want to find out from you, if Cote d'Ivoire is having all these banned chemicals, why is Cote d'Ivoire leading in beans on the world market? Then I have the last one also for the health services. In the case of your studies, case 2, I want to believe that it was an intentional injection of the chemical. Is that true? Thank you.
All right, so we'll take the last question, then we'll give the opportunity to respond to the questions.
Thank you. My question goes to Mr. Kwame Osei. I think I was expecting a segregation of your results. It's like you generalized everything. The farmers that you interviewed, how many of them had direct contact with Cocoa Board extension agents? It's like it was not clear. And then you also mentioned that 70% of the farmers they use Cocoa Board approved. So I'm wondering, how did you contact the farmers? You mentioned that we have a population of 800,000 farm families. Meanwhile, you focused on 4 major regions. 800,000 is a national representation. So how did you contact your farmers? Did you contact the Cocoa Board extension agents for farmers' data? And then my last question has to do with the sprayers. Some of the with Kodapec sprayers, they are trained. Every year we train them and make sure they adhere to the recommended practices. But there's a situation where you did not also indicate the results that you had from that specific, and then the ones that you also had from the private, those that are providing spraying services privately to farmers. And overdependence on pesticides. With the mass spraying, as you know, it's not just the mass spraying. What we practice is integrated approach, eco-friendly integrated approach. That is integrated crop management from the scratch. We advise farmers to use healthy, improved planting material. That is the hybrid, which is pest and disease tolerant, and also plant on healthy soils. So it's not that we are just doing it. And with the inception or with the commencement at the commencement of every season, we make sure farms are pruned. And in your study, you did it around us 2021, 2022 season. We had mass pruning exercise around that time, and we've been educating farmers to ensure that they continue to prune their farms, which is a cultural way of reducing pest and disease control, which makes the chemical control as well the last resort. And we also have organic farmers that are into organic cocoa farming, where we also ensure that we supply botanicals and then other organic pesticides to them. Thank you very much.
Let's keep our questions short. The presentations are not meant to attack any institution. It's meant to just let us know what is happening in the field. And therefore, just take the salient question and then let's address them. So let's bring the mic here and then we'll start from the stream there. You respond to the question as you understood it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think if I got your question right, you said where we are with technology using the knapsack, isn't it? What? Drone. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so well, the knapsack that I put there is just for us to know that elsewhere there's technology which is being used in the spraying of pesticides. And it's basically trying to reduce exposure to pesticides and therefore safety issues. But we are still using a lot of knapsack sprayers on our farms. And therefore, there's a need for us to either improve on the use of knapsack sprayers or ensure that we do use that safely. And of course, whatever it is, when you look at the label gives instructions as to how you can apply pesticide safely. So once you're able to adhere to the label instructions, then that shouldn't be a problem. It doesn't mean that knapsack spray is also not used, in the foreign technologies. Now, for drones, we have had a few trials on drones, use of drones for pesticide application. And these trials have been evaluated. And I think that for so far, the results that we are getting shows that in terms of safety, it rather reduces exposure. And therefore, our way forward is to promote the use of these drones. But then, of course, when you want to have a service provider to apply for lines to get a drone, there are so many things that he has to do. He has to also certify Ministry of Aviation and so on and so forth. So we have a few service providers who are applied to get a license to use drones. So the use of drone technology is being researched on. We are still talking and discussing, and to be ensured that once these drones technology come into the system, we believe that from the results that we have done, we believe that it's going to help us a lot, especially those who are using large farms. It's going to remove drudgery and so on and so forth. So drones is a technology that if you go to Asian countries, they use them a lot, but gradually it's been introduced into the system, and we believe that very soon drone technology will be one of the spray methodologies that are applied by farmers when it comes to spraying.
Thank you. Good. So the next person, if the question, there's a question for you.
Yeah, great, thank you. I think I pick up two that are related to my area. The first one, somebody wants to know whether the case 2 was intentional use of chemical. If I remember, that case studied very well. I would say used by a chemical by someone which, as part of the history, we said had a psychiatric disorder. So if somebody with a psychiatric disorder person get hold of a chemical and use, yes, it's an abuse, but we know that psychiatric person are not people, who will go and take the chemical, and ingest just by themselves. The issue for me, I think, is the access, because a psychiatric person hasn't got a mental capacity. So, if the thing is not protected from him, he get access to it, and he can use it, and then becomes an issue, that we have to deal with, all of us have to deal with, to try and save his or her life. So the issue there is, how do we make sure that all these chemicals, we say some are restricted, some are not restricted, and all of that, how do we actually ensure that the people who are supposed to use it are the one using it, and that people who are not supposed to don't get access to it? That's what. There was another one that, most of the issues are irresponsible use of pesticides by farmers, as they mix chemicals in the way they're not supposed to mix. Yes, that's partly the issue. That's partly the issue. But there is the other one where also, from a case study that I shared, where people, are using the chemical the way they're supposed to use it, the chemical sprayers and so on, who are even trained. But the issue is that we have the issue of lack of monitoring among them, where nobody is following or screening anything to find out, where they are in terms of the chemical levels in them before it becomes too late to deal with. Because, we know that as part of disease, progression, the thing will start from a certain level. If it's picked up early, and there's intervention early, it doesn't progress to where it gets complicated and already organs and things have been damaged. You can't reverse, the consequences. And that's where monitoring becomes very key in some of these hazardous things that people do. Unfortunately, I'm not sure as I sit here about the laws and the regulations, and legislation in terms of monitoring of the farmers. We know that there are certain laws in dealing with offices, shops, and so on and so forth. But people who are in farm, are they in offices, shops, and so on, that law covers them? The answer is clearly no. And we know that there's a whole bunch of across the scene that this law doesn't cover them. And I'm not too sure how we are protecting them. So perhaps that's one of the way forward that we need to look at. How do we protect people as they use these chemicals? And so, thank you.
Thank you.
I will touch on why farmers are not punished for keeping pesticides in their homes. Yeah, I think there might be a cost for them keeping the pesticides in the home. Normally, Cocoa Board has been educating farmers how to keep pesticides, how to save it so that the environment is not polluted. You educate them how to keep it, and they don't have maybe the input or the materials to keep it. How do they keep it? Don't keep the pesticide in your bedroom or in your veranda. If I should put it under my cocoa farm, there's to be a scorching sun or rain, or even a thief passing to his or her farm may see it and pick it. So what some of the cooperatives have been doing, or some of the NGOs have been doing, is to provide the farmers with small cages or boxes where they keep the farms and where they keep the pesticides away from where they sleep or where they eat. But most of the time, these things are expensive. You get a carpenter, you have to get a carpenter and wood and all those things. Sometimes in the farms or in the villages, it's expensive. I've seen some of the those who are doing certification. I went to Suhum and other places and I saw it as, oh, okay, we are going to do this in our communities. But when I went, I mean, a group of about 800 women, I saw that it's not an easy task, and all boiled down to the value that the farmer gets from selling the cocoa. If after paying my labor costs, my pesticide costs, and then what is left for me is what I'll use for my food, how do I go ahead to prepare maybe a box or a chop box or some waterproof thing to keep my pesticide inside? If I have my veranda, or if I have a polythene bag that I can tie the pesticide inside and put it in my veranda, well tight, they might think that that is safe. So the education needs to go on. Farmers need to be provided, or maybe they need to demonstrate the kind, how they can safeguard their, how do you call it, pesticide, so that it will not be harmful to them. It will be better than maybe sending them to jail or prison. Somebody taking marijuana and maybe keeping the pesticide, they can all be educated. So I think is it how do you call it, corporal punishment or whatever? How do you call it? Taking somebody to jail. Can you provide me with the words? If you punish a farmer to go to jail because prosecute the farmer for keeping the pesticide in the house without educating the person, you have not done anything. One will go, another one will keep it. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my fellow participants. About the comparison between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire. It wasn't personal, but what I can say is at the time of both producing countries being advised on which pesticides to use, one thing that came up was the packaging that was done for the chemicals. Ghana was packaging in plastic containers, and La Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast was packaging in metal cans. So that was what we could use to tell that this product was coming from Côte d'Ivoire. That is one. And then the labeling. Ours will always be in English, but chemical from Cote d'Ivoire will have inscription in French. So these were what we used to know where the pesticides were coming from. I must say that our western corridor, our western region, the producing area, actually give us more than 50% of the cocoa. And we are not taking it from Cote d'Ivoire. Nobody can take it from them. They are the world's leading producer of cocoa, the global leader. Now, the boundary between our western regions and then Cote d'Ivoire is just an artificial boundary, because you could have farmers whose farms actually cross into Cote d'Ivoire, and those and Ivorians whose farm actually cross into Ghana. And they are the same people. They speak the same language, and everything is about the same for them. So when they see chemicals coming from Cote d'Ivoire and they find them very useful, they also advise, like your presentation indicated. They hear from what other farmers are saying, the testimonies about the efficacies, and then they use. So that is how we get to know that, yes, these products are actually from the Western Corridor or from Cote d'Ivoire. They are effective. I've already said they are poison. They will kill the insects, but the consequences on the users is what matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc, so I also want to answer the question in terms of why we chose those regions. And I think that, Doc, you have even answered part of the question that the Western Corridor, Western North, and the Western region, they are doing 50%, right? So if you tie in Ashanti region, Central, you are already looking at 90%, as I just mentioned. So that informed why we chose those regions. In addition to that, I think that we also work largely with SHED to really select the SHED districts in terms of the sampling. And I'm also a cocoa man. I've been working in cocoa quite for some time, so I also understand what I'm doing. And maybe lastly, we also work with Doug is here. I think when we started this research, we contacted him, and then your friend Godfred, and even some of the analysis that we did in Cocoa Board Lab in Tema. So we've been working together on this research. So we are well informed about what we are doing. So lastly, in terms of the spraying service providers, how we selected them, we had confirmation from them that they are employed or they are contracted by the government. And then in addition to that, sometimes government job, it comes and then it goes. So this private sector, all these certification groups, some of them have cooperatives in the various localities that also falls on them because they have been trained. So they also use them. And then individual farmers also sometimes go for their services because they know that, okay, if government comes and then you are giving a package to spray for us, why not? If I also go to market and I buy pesticides, I have to come to you so that you also spray for me, right? So there is that kind of loyalty and then the business going on. In terms of focus group, I don't want to point out that this percentage said this, but sometimes in terms of focus group, depending on the statement, you see that all of them will concur. All of them will say that, yeah, indeed, it is true. And I kept the presentation very simple because this is very high level. But there were issues that people, really mentioned that they experience it, right? And a typical example that I want to give you is, that Confidus, the small bottles, right? The farmers, somebody said that they normally put it in their pockets. And this guy have been doing it for some time. And at a point in time, he showed me and I have pictures that I said, Natasha, this part is very hard. And I think in the morning you saw the exposure of chemical. So these are genuine feedback that we have gotten from the field. And I think that dispassionately, I am of the view that it is something that we have to follow up and make sure that we get addressed. And I think somebody mentioned that
we are not saying that we should not use pesticides, but we had to do so responsibly. And we also have to look at the trainings that we are training them. They can give you fantastic answers, but they don't do it. They don't do it. If you ask any farmer, if you are going to spray, you have to put on PPE. The farmer will tell you, you have to wear the hat, you have to wear goggles, you have to protect yourself. But if you ask him whether you have been doing it, you say no. So it means that we have to engage them and understand the issues and see how we can meet them halfway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I indicated in my presentation, we had 3 studies that more or less were merged into the presentation to give. All the studies were individual studies with different sampling sizes. For instance, the first one was across the whole cocoa landscape, which was conducted in 2019 with over 600 respondents. And the last 2, we had about 370 respondents for each. And when you ask for farmer dependence, those who are using pesticides, is there that we ask them further question to be able to know which of the pesticides that they are using. If they are able to mention it, then you know the active ingredients. Those who can also give evidence of in terms of the containers that you are using. That's where you'll be able to distinguish whether it's approved and unapproved. And we have a list that you also compare to be able to see that has been approved by, especially when it comes to cocoa production. We have those that have been approved by Cocoa Board. When it comes to the general, in terms of agricultural landscape, EPA has the list that has been approved, the specific crop that you have to also use. So we check all of them to be able to see indeed whether a farmer's application of a pesticide is really approved or not. Maybe an outlier will be organic, maybe farmer, which in the areas that we work, we didn't get any farmer who was doing organic. Most of them were doing conventional cocoa production. Thank you.
Good, we'll take another round of questions, after which we'll go for lunch. And then when we reconvene, we would, why don't you start from the table here? We'll then look at some of the issues in much more details around the tables. All right.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to find out probably EPA and Cocoa Board on this particular issue. Who approves pesticide? I know Cocoa Board recommends and EPA approves, but that is my view. I don't know, maybe EPA can clarify on this particular issue because approval is done by EPA, then Cocoa Board recommends, but it seems it's cut across that we said Cocoa Board approve, they recommend. That is what I know because I'm a member of the technical work Pesticide Technical Committee. So that is why we need to look at that aspect. And during the presentation from Conservation Alliance, you were saying highly hazardous pesticides. I don't know whether you looked at what are the highly hazardous pesticides. I saw you saying Lambda, Sahalotrin, Lambda Super. Yes, you said Lambda Super is not approved and it's part of the, you are talking about highly hazardous pesticides, but I'm seeing Lambda there. So I want to find out whether it's a highly hazardous pesticide. That is one area of it. Then also I saw Consider. I know the issue of Confidor, there's Consider, maybe EPA has to come out because I know it's also a registered one, which is the active ingredient is imidacloprid, which Cocoa Board, yes. But I saw it, you saying that not approved. So some of those things need to be looked at. Okay, thanks.
So Patrick from Fair Trade. My first question is to the toxicologist. I think that was a very insightful presentation. What I want to ask is, where could we find such data on the some of the effects of pesticide on farmers, the fatalities and the results that he shared? Are they published? Can we know the sources? I'm interested because it provides a strong source of information or evidence for educating farmers and relating this to actual occurrences in our societies. So it can help us to monitor and also to train farmers. My second question is to Kwame. Kwame, thanks for the presentation. I also was looking forward to some further breakdown of your results. You provided the proportion of farmers in terms of those that were working as cooperatives in groups. I think you mentioned 70 to 80%. And then when it came to the results, particularly in relation to, you mentioned some farmers using containers, pesticide containers in storing food. When I heard it, it sounds so pervasive, as if it's a common occurrence. And I know that a lot of work has been done. Even if I'm a farmer and I know this is poisonous, I mean, going ahead to use it for storage for me is a bit strange. So in your, maybe I was looking for what proportion of farmers were into that. If you had given us a bit of statistics on that, that would have been very useful, but I know that probably didn't have sufficient time to do so. So it would be helpful to share with us, maybe if later after this presentation, you can share further results with us, that would be very useful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Elvis Opong, and I work for Civic Response. My first question goes to Joseph of EPA. In the morning, during the introduction talk, Julian did mention that in Europe and in Germany, they have banned some chemicals and some pesticides, but they are imported into some countries, and she cited Ghana as an example. I just want to find out, are there possibility of a banned chemical in any of other countries which is part of the approved list in Ghana? If yes, why? Or are there also possibility that a chemical has been banned in some country, but someone can import it through the legal routes, and I mean through Tema Port or Takoradi Port into the country? The second one that I would like to ask also goes to Cocoa Board. And I think it's more of a comment. And I think maybe Cocoa Board need to accept the fact that the current way that we distribute pesticides, fertilizers, and other chemicals to farmers is failing. And that's one account for the reason why farmers are relying on unapproved chemicals. Because farmers are supposed to get these chemicals for them to use to spray their cocoa farm, but they are not getting it. And Cocoa Board is also saying that they provide it. So it means there's some kind of disconnect somewhere in terms of distribution. And farmers their crops are being affected, they will look for other ways to get. Let's assume in case farmers get the approved one from Cocoa Board, and each farmer in Ghana here gets this, why would they spend money to go for unapproved chemicals? So it means there's a problem in terms of how these chemicals are being distributed. The third one is an issue to Ghana Health Service. I don't know if there have been any research in terms of chemicals used in our Galamsey site and its impact on cocoa production. Because most of the areas whereby we are doing our Galamsey are areas whereby we are also doing our cocoa production. Are there linkages? Are they having impact in our cocoa beans? Will it not have an implication on how we sell our cocoa beans to Europe and other countries? The last question goes to my own brother, Kwame. So in Kwame's presentation, you did mention that 87% of the people that you sampled are from people who belong to corporate groups. And because of that, 70% of them are saying they use approved chemicals. Are you not sure? Because about majority of the people that you talk to belong to corporate groups, it influenced the answer in terms of 70% using approved lists. Because a lot of people who are not part of this corporate group don't have that awareness. They don't understand this chemical. So it's possible they'll be using more of the unapproved chemicals. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks you all for superb presentation. I have one question and it goes to three people. My question is that have you had incidents of impotence or barrenness in the case of women due to pesticides? And for Ghana Health Service, have you had any cases as such? The woman in cocoa, do you know women who have been barren because of pesticide? And Kwame, in your research, did you look at whether pesticides are affecting people's fertility? Just a brief. I went to the Upper East region and there's this community beyond Zabila. All the male in that community are impotent. All the male. So the women go out to have children and bring. Thank you. My suggestion is the way and manner the farmers dress before applying the pesticide is not good. Some wear different clothes, not the PPEs, and they will go in and apply the pesticide. Even the sign in the farm, when you are going to apply the pesticide on your farm, somebody will pass through your farm. So you have to show a sign. They are not doing it. So my suggestion is to send the message downstairs to the classroom through TV stations and other stations, media stations, to enable them to stop what they are doing. Because a farmer don't mind, I've gone in to spray the cocoa, my farm today, and it's not killing me, but it's killing them gradually. So I think the education should go well downstairs to the farmers through these stations. Thank you.
Good. My name is Larry Apaluga, representative from RESCONI, Resource Conservation Initiative. I want to ask the Ghana Health Service representative here. You made mention of immediate effects to people exposed to these HHPs, and Kwame and Raymond also made mention of them. But I want to know, are there any post-recovery health implications on people who have been exposed to HHPs, and also with children, women, and men? What are the variations in these health implications? Thank you.
Julian, and then we'll get back to the team.
Yeah, thank you to all the panelists for their very insightful and interesting presentations. I have two questions. One is to Dr. Samuel regarding your mention of the status of thiamethoxam, imidacloprid, and bifenthrin. If I understood correctly, COCOBOD is planning to phase them out. So I'm interested in knowing by if there's already a year by when you have planned to phase them out. And the second question is also linked to the status of those three active ingredients. If EPA has already banned these three active ingredients, or what the coherence is between the status of the three active ingredients. As we know, EPA approves or can prohibit the use of certain active ingredients, and then COCOBOD can either recommend or not recommend the use of these different active ingredients. So I would like to know what the status of those three is according to EPA. And then I think a third question is also related to Kwame's presentation, where he just made a brief mention of the fact that almost 70% of farmers that you included in your study responded that they use these ingredients, but that it could be an issue if they are no longer available for use or not officially approved. What alternatives there are for these farmers to use to replace the use of these three active ingredients. So yeah, thank you.
So brief response from the panelists, and then after that we'll have lunch.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the first one came from the Paul, but who approves and who recommends? So EPA is the authority that approves pesticides, and Cocoa Board may recommend those products for their use for farmers. So that is the issue. Normally for cocoa products, we give preference to CRIC or Cocoa Board for them to work on them. So if it comes to efficacy trial and testing, we don't allow any other scientists to do that apart from CRIC. So that is a preference that we give to because of the importance of cocoa to our economy. So once we have registered the product, then they would recommend it for farmers to use. So that's why they are on our qualified doctor. Champa is on the technical committee, so he is here. So that's the issue. Consider has been approved. It's an approved product. It's not a banned product. It's an approved product. You see, let's differentiate between products that are used on cocoa and those that are also used on other commodities. Okay, a farmer may have consider. He could use it on his crops, but consider may not be a product that is being registered for use on cocoa. So it doesn't mean that if you go around and you find consider in a farmer's farm or in says a closet or a house, it doesn't mean that it's an unapproved product. It is an approved product, but probably it's not used on cocoa. So let's try to differentiate the approved. When we say approved, we are talking about cocoa products that have been registered for you, that you can find on the register as approved for cocoa. It doesn't mean that all other products, because they are using them, it doesn't mean that they are unapproved. But those products may be approved for use for other crops, but not on cocoa. So let's take note of that. And now, if you also talk about HHP, like I give the criteria for HHP, there's an international criteria that is used for identifying highly hazardous pesticides. Okay, so yes, the product may be hazardous, but has it been identified as an HHP? That's highly hazardous. And I give the criteria when I did the presentation. And of course, the country can decide that these products are products that are creating problems for us. So let's take an action on it. That is different from saying that this product is highly or is not highly hazardous. So let's also look at that from that point of view. Product, like we said, these chemicals are designed to kill, if I should put it that way. Okay. And if you use it the way they have to use it, then you are protected. If you don't use it the way they have to use it, then you have a problem. That is why you can put paracetamol or maybe cough mixture in your fridge in the house, but pesticides, you cannot keep it in your fridge because it's supposed to be kept at a place where it's not supposed to be. People are not supposed to be exposed to it. So let's also look at that from that point of view. If we decide that we don't want the chemicals at all, then it's a decision that we have to take. That we don't want chemicals at all, and therefore we have to ban them completely. But this is something that is almost impossible. Okay, so let's try to differentiate that. Now, banned pesticide on approved list. There's no banned pesticide on approved list. On the list register that we have a banned list of pesticides, and those are the lists that we have at the moment. So there's nothing like that, and we don't also. People will not also import banned pesticides into the country. If somebody is bringing a banned pesticide, let's say DDT, if you find DDT or anywhere in Ghana, it probably came from a smuggled, route. It is not something that will be allowed when it comes to the port. Ghana Revenue Authority is at the port, and we work with them closely. All products that come to the port comes through our system before they are allowed into the country. So once it comes to the port and they have the list, in fact, in the law, we are supposed to give the list to GRA for them also to help us monitor those things at the port. So when the chemical come and it's a banned product, they know, and they will refer that to the appropriate regulators for them to take action. So we don't import banned products. As to how they find their way into the system, sometimes, like somebody said, we have porous borders. When you go to Kofi Bedu Chrome or wherever, those borders, people move products. And in fact, Immigration themselves, they tell us that sometimes it's very difficult for you to, when you see somebody holding a product, you arrest the person because he's going to his farm. Okay, so these are some of the challenges that sometimes we face at the borders. But then we are all doing our best to make sure that the products that we have in the system are both products that are approved products. So impotence due to pesticides. Yes, I think as you, Madam, you said, I remember some time ago, it came into the news that some people in some community are becoming impotent due to the use of pesticides. We went there to investigate, and even though the people denied, but from the I don't want to mention the name of the community. From the interviews and other things that we, got from the people, you realize that it was something that it was a concern. So I wouldn't be surprised as you are saying that this, but then is it linked to the use of pesticides? Those days when what we found out was that there was a lot of drudgery work on the farm. Farmers were using, especially the men, were using a lot of energy on the farms, and it was affecting their waste and other things. So some of these things you have to be very careful as to how you attribute that to, and even for pesticide poisoning, some symptoms, I think the health people are here, some symptoms are similar to other symptoms. If someone has malaria, is really dizzy and other things, yeah, the person is using pesticides. You may say, oh, because he's using pesticide. Unless you're able to establish the link, it may be very difficult for you to say, attribute that to the use of pesticides. So let's also be very careful sometimes when we are doing these things. Processing by farmers to apply pesticides, pre-vegetable. I don't know whether I got this right. Okay, but what I got was that there's a Nana was saying that there should be education for farmers on the use of the PPEs and so on and so forth. I think that is key. But there was a time that I was even advocating that this one district, one factory, we should have one farmer, one PPE, and we talked about it. When it comes to farmers days, we should have PPEs displayed for people to pick them free. Okay, and that will encourage them to use the pesticides. And I also challenge research. Research is saying that people are using, they are not using it. But we know that these PPEs that are being used are developed elsewhere. Our people cannot feel comfortable using these PPEs. So what is research doing? Do a research to come up with some, materials or PPEs that they can comfortably use and at the same time protect themselves. So it's a challenge to research. You can research in all those things they are using, they are doing, but then the real issue is that the PPEs that they are doing, because of the weather, it is a big problem. So what have we done under research to ensure that we have also developed our own, PPEs that they can use, or we have also developed our own pesticides that the people can use safely? Most of the products that we are having here are coming from China and other things, But what have we done ourselves? Have we tried to look at for products that we can use here? Fortunately, nowadays we have people coming, to register products that they've used, like capsaicin, they've used, local, ingredients to do that, and it's working. And we pay high priority to those products so that farmers can have access to it. So research, you have to take up this challenge, develop products for people to use. Neem tree is being used a lot, and we encourage it a lot. So let's look at that aspect also and try to help farmers in these things. Now, status of this products that you mentioned, those products are not banned products. Okay, they are products that have been registered for use, some on cocoa, some on other commodities. So that is how it is. If you look on a register, all banned products are on a register. If it's not on a register, then it's not banned. Okay, so that is how it is. So if Cocoa Board does not want to use a particular product, what they do is that they make an official request to the EPA. We look at it, we do whatever we have to do, and then we take a decision on that particular product. Now, I forgot about something that I want to mention. Now, the fact that the product is banned in Europe doesn't mean that it should be banned in Ghana. We are a sovereign state and we have our own laws. Okay, let me give you an example. There was atrazine banned in the Netherlands. Why? Because Netherlands has high groundwater, and atrazine affects groundwater a lot. So we came to Ghana, atrazine has been banned. What do? We go around, test our groundwater to see whether our groundwater is polluted with atrazine. There was nothing like that. So it doesn't mean that because Netherlands has banned product, the reason being that is because of groundwater or the high water table, we should also ban atrazine, even though it's useful. So depending on the issue, depending on the situation, we take a decision as to whether or not to ban or keep a product. So Europe may ban their products, they have their own reasons. we may use our products because we also have a reason. But of course, like I said, in the international community, when we go and products are being discussed and banned, we are part of it. So once a decision is taken at the international committee, for instance, the Stockholm Convention, the Rotterdam, and so on and so forth, that this product should be taken out of this. Because we are part of the decision, we are bound as an obligation to also, adhere to whatever decisions that are taken at the international conventions. But when it comes to our local, because we have our own laws, we have to look at our own laws and see the circumstances prevailing in our country and try to take a decision as to whether or not we have to keep a product or to ban a product. So that's what I don't know whether I've left something out, but if there's something left out, please let me know so that I can address them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Edmund. Yeah, so there are a few here related to human health. I'll pick on those. The first one, where will we find data on the effects of pesticides on farmers? Are they published? They provide information for educational farmers. Yes, I'll take that one from the bottom. Yes, provide information for educational farmers and so on and so forth. So yes, other speakers, colleagues have mentioned that, sometimes these farmers, when you talk about PPE, they say it is not comfortable, it is this and all of that. I've had the privilege of working with a few companies doing medical surveillance, screening for them. And when you start, people make noise, they're not comfortable. But as soon as you get down on them to let them know that if you actually know that the chemical you are using potentially can affect your kidneys, can affect your heart, can affect your this. If your kidney is gone, do you know the consequences? The best that can be done in terms of interventions are, dialysis. And if people have an idea what is dialysis, what it costs to run a dialysis, you have to do it like 2 or 3 times a week, and how one session of dialysis will cost you, for you to be alive. They abandon those ideas of uncomfortability and use the PPEs. So I agree with you that, we have to work collaboratively and let people, get to know some of this information. As soon as they get to know the real information in terms of the toxicity, they manage to use these PPEs, no matter, the discomfort, and so on and so forth. Where will you find the data? We are trying our best to strengthen our surveillance system, including for chemicals. We are trying to get these data elements in our databases so that as these incidents are picked up at our various places in the districts, the sub-districts, and so on, they can be entered into our databases, so we can pick them up, and then things we have to follow up, we follow them up. So, but it's very early. I know we started strengthening some of our data elements for chemicals just last 2 years. We are here to even train our officers on it and all of that. So it will take us a bit of time before the health sector can have, at least from our side, to present the data. They are not published. Most of them are not published yet, but there are things that, for instance, I've been considering publishing. So we can work, let's work collaboratively to publish some of these things for the benefit of all of us, for those of you who can help us with the publication. Chemicals used in Galamsey and their effects on cocoa and so on, their effect on cocoa production and cocoa farmers and so on, others are publishing group. The answer is not yet. So for instance, chemicals used in Galamsey will be things like mercury and so on and so forth. And as we speak now, we don't know, the issues of mercury in some of the other sensitive subpopulations, for instance, children, pregnant women, lactating mothers, and so on and so forth.
you don't pay, even though government has given them the pesticides to spray for the farmers, you have to spray, how do you call it, pay. If sometimes even you pay more than, are you muting me? Yeah. Sometimes you have to pay more than what you even have to buy it yourself. Yeah, so there's the need. I always say that there's the need for monitoring and supervision. If there's mass spraying and there's approved chemicals for the mass sprayers to spray, I don't think we will go outside to buy the unapproved chemicals. So the mass spraying needs to be intensified, pruning needs to be intensified, and then maybe the pollination also needs to be intensified. Thank you.
Thank you. We are not doing well with time, so let's.
I will touch on 4 points, but very briefly. Paul, registration and approval of all pesticides in Ghana is by the EPA, including pesticides for cocoa. We only recommend, and then sometimes you see cocoa board approved, but it's just to let the farmers know that you don't buy those that don't have, or you don't use products for cocoa that don't have those labels. The second point is, where do you actually find the approved pesticides? Many of those who supply to cocoa board actually will want to supply in bulk, sit back and take their fat check. But cocoa board now wants those who supply to also have outlets in the farming communities, so that whatever cocoa board does will supplement what the farmers are doing. They should be able to buy their own pesticide. As somebody said, they are using unapproved products because the approved ones are unavailable. So this is what cocoa board is doing. So suppliers should have outlets in the communities. There was you made a point that our distribution network of the chemicals isn't the best. Yes, it's the quantities that we supply and also the timing. So cocoa board has taken note of this. So we'll address, and when we get back, we'll also let Kodapec and cocoa board know. Julian, thiametosam was banned in April 2019. I mean, the use, the registration for cocoa was withdrawn April 2019. Bifenthrin, July 2019. And then imidacloprid, December 2020. These are the timelines for the products for cocoa in Ghana. Thank you.
Yeah, so taking it from there, it means that it was banned in the EU for outdoor use, right? So it means that even in the EU, you can use it under greenhouse, right? In a controlled environment. But of course, we are using it here because we are also part of the global world, and we have to make sure that we face it. And I'm happy that Doc is saying that they are gradually facing it. And I think that it's very important to do it that way, because if you're also not careful and then you take it out, then it becomes very difficult for farmers to get alternative, and what they will resort to even more dangerous pesticides. And I think that the most important thing is, how do we follow up to ensure that we go through this transition in a more pragmatic manner? Having also said that, I think most of the data that I shared, it's also, you asked where you can get it. If you go to Google Scholar, we have 2 publications in the public domain, and you can get more data to that. In addition to that, there was also a question about we didn't put percentages, because some of this discussion, we did it in a focus group discussion, and sometimes it is very difficult to do that. But once you have access to the full paper, you appreciate it. And maybe your question, we were very purposeful with our group, because we targeted cooperatives and the certification group, because we thought that, okay, if you go to conventional farmers, you think that, okay, they have not been trained. So why don't we target the category of people that we know that they have been trained, right? And most of them belongs to cooperative, they belong to certification, and they claim that they know it. And in addition to that, we also realize that once they belong to these entities, these groups, they have more access to pesticides. And you know, business as usual, they give it to them on credit, and they have more access to it. And that is the danger. But one last thing that I also want to address is that, you know, we are looking at policy, and we are saying that Cocoa Board is supplying to farmers, and even that with a challenge. And I think that, Doc, we also have to look into, once we are allowing the traders to also assess the farmers direct, how do we ensure that the chemicals or pesticides that they are selling to the farmers direct, there is regulation, we are monitoring it. And I think that in this discussion, we come back to Cocoa Board and then EPE to ensure that the right thing is done. I mean, some of us, we will look at the issues and then report it. But how, and we can also make recommendation. But it also belongs to maybe CSOs, NGOs to make sure that we fix it. And I think that is a fruitful discussion that we are having here, not to attack anybody. But the most important thing is, let us look at the issues, and moving forward, how can we address the issues so that we don't come here again? Because this we have been talking about, but we need solution. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's just clarification of the slide that we presented, and it was cocoa that we were talking about. So the active ingredients is what we were, which has been banned. So that was cocoa. That's why we also made mention of the cross crop pesticide use, maybe approved for vegetable, and then some finding their way. But per the map represented and the studies that we have, which we have food book, we are talking about cocoa. So the active ingredient that have been banned, that was what was recorded with our approved pesticides. Thank you. Approved.
So I guess also want to put it on record that we are using highly hazardous pesticides. Having interviewed over 400 farmers, none of them, it is they only use class 2, which is moderate, right? So there's nothing like highly hazardous pesticide used in cocoa in Ghana. And I think that we have to put that on record. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mami, you have it. Thank you so much, all of you, for the patience you've had to listen to the group. Again, we thank the group so much also for the brilliance with which they have responded to the questions after the presentation. We are most grateful to all of you. Shall we give them a round of applause? Good. So what we'll do is I will quickly move down for lunch. Come back, I'll humbly plead with you, come back and let's round it up. We're done with almost all the sections. We are just a small bit of it so that we can have a full document in respect of the way forward. This is the time that we want to listen to your views. What do you think? And that will be a group work for 5-10 minutes, and we'll be done with it, and then we'll go. Thank you so much. Okay. So please collect the ticket from the table, and then let's have good lunch, and then we'll come back, and then we'll have opportunity for the high table to give their closing remarks. Again, a round of applause for those at the high table and everyone. Good, thank you so much. Yeah, to be safe to leave your things here because somebody will be staying here whilst we have lunch. And when we come back, then they will also have the opportunity to move down for lunch. It's time for us to look at the part of the press. This is going to be pretty short. We'll spend about just sometime for group work. So for the group work, we are going to divide ourselves into three main groups. Three main, basically. And what we are going to do is that we have listened to the various presentations, and the critical issue is that how do we address the issues? You know the issues better than I do, but we want to find out how do we address the issues. Can we come up with about 3 or 4 main ideas of how to address the issues that we are talking about, so that it will be the basis of our communique to the government or to the policy maker? And that's what we want to do this afternoon. It's going to be about 30 minutes and we are done and we are off the place. So we'll begin from here. The numbers, go around the number 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll get 1. Yeah, just move. All right. Please, all the ones, let's congregate around this table. All the ones, let's congregate around this table. All the twos, let's go behind where the blue shaded person sits. All the twos go there. And all the threes will move to where Kwame is, so that quickly. So 1, 2, and 3. 3 will go to where Kwame is. And basically what we want to do is to find a way of addressing the issues that confront us as a country. So we are looking at maximum, it shouldn't go beyond 5. Maximum of 5 issues. And then immediately after, we'll do a presentation, and then we'll see the critical issues will become the basis of our communique to government and policymakers. We need a chairperson and then somebody to report.
Hello, one. Hello.
Yeah. So, yeah, the issues, what we are discussing, if you can give me your ear for a moment. We have listened to the presentations. They have outlined various adverse effects of the pesticides. We know what is happening in the country. The Kokoma also outlined some of the challenges they are facing. We have listened to all of them. And then we also have experiences of pesticides usage in the country. What we want to do is to have a communique, and it's going to come out of the discussions that you are going to have. So a maximum of 5 points. Let us find out what should policymakers do, or what should government do to address the issues that is confronting the pesticide sector. What should government do? What should the policymaker do? Once we come out with these points, then what's going to happen is that we will use these as basis for a communique that will be sent or submitted to Cocoa Board, to government, to the ministry. So what should we do? And that will be what those of us who are around the tables have come up with. And that's what we have decided, that we want government to take actions. 5 points, max 5 points. Thank you. We have 15 minutes more to go. 15 minutes more to go. So we should be running up and agreeing on the point. So it's time. So quickly round up. It's time. Chris, are you typing? Are you going to type? Right. I think it's also typing for someone. It's typing for one gram. Yeah, electronically. So they are typing, so we'll get it there. Yeah. Those with laptops can type the presentations. So yeah, it will be better so that we can decide on the wording as well, because it's going to be the communique for the conference. Should take us about 5 minutes and we're done. Good. For those of you who are done and want to wind down, grab yourself a cup of coffee whilst waiting so that you'll bring down the weight of the food that you took. So we'll have the coffee break before we start with the presentation to allow time for those who are typing to type. So we have 2 laptops here. That means, all right. So all right, it's over now. Let's retire to our various seats and let's have the presentations. So all is set now. We'll have the group presentation. So no, it's done. It's done. They've done it. Yeah. So we'll now have the presentations and we'll invite group one. What is Ahmed still doing there with it? May I have your attention, those of you at the red table? Yeah. So as I indicated, the issues or the issues that we have brought up will be the ones that will be used as part of the communique to policymakers. And so we'll now give opportunity for group one to do the presentation. Madam, it's all yours.
Good afternoon. So with group one, this is what we came up. That first of all, the EPA and PPRSD should be resourced and strengthened so that the registration process for pesticides can be done and done well. Sometimes some of the challenges EPA come up with about under resources, both human and financial resources, to be able to effectively implement their mandate. So that is one. And then the second one is about capacity building for institutions such as GSA, FDA, and other research institutions to be able to do regular monitoring of levels of pesticides in both food and environmental media. And then number three, we are talking about education and training along the entire value chain, starting from the distributors, retailers, the sprayers, and even the farmers themselves, especially with the farmers, where they are able to know what to do and how to be able to minimize the challenges we have been talking about. And then 4 is the availability and affordability, making available approved pesticides for the cocoa at the doorsteps of the farmers so that they will not resort to the unapproved ones. And then we are also saying that there's a cocoa management system in place. So if there's a way, the list can also be linked to the management system for easy implementation. And then for other crops, just as the cocoa management system is in place, such systems should also be implemented for other crops in the country. And then lastly, we are also looking at ways of encouraging those who, especially the farmers and the sprayers, to be able to do routine medical checkups so that effects can easily be noticed before they go into adverse stages. So that is what group 1 we came up with.
May I know if any of the group members want to contradict her or add on to? Otherwise, this is a representation of what the group came up with. So round of applause once again for the group. Good, we will now invite group 2. Are you ready? But before group 2 comes, because we will need to change the computers, we will ask group 3 to go ahead with the presentation. Right. Amma, is that what you have? Group 3, you have group 3. Do you have group 3 on? Then wait, let's do the presentation for group 3 before we move to. So group 3, here you are, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I'm here to do the presentation for group 3. So with us, we first of all look at to how to enforce integrated pest management technique, and that one we have some points as awareness creation, letting farmers especially know that pesticide usage could be reduced, or pest infestation itself can be reduced if we adopt the integrated pest management, where farmers would have to look at the insects in the farm, do rounds checking, and then also to see if we have a lot of pests in the farm before we even try to resort to the final stage, which is the spraying of pesticide. So going around the farm, you are able to know spots that have been attacked by insects. Some of the insects, you can even eliminate them, manually. And there is no need for you to even resort to spraying. But in a situation where you go around and you realize that maybe a significant portion of the farm has been attacked by insects, then you can resort to pesticide, usage. So awareness here, letting farmers know that it's not all the time that we need to resort to, spraying of pesticide, but there is a technique, and that technique must be, educated to farmers. And like I said, on the second point, we are also looking at the spot spraying. I've already mentioned it, that you look at areas that are seriously affected. Sometimes it's not the entire farm that has been attacked by the insects. So just go to areas where infestation is, too much, and then maybe you will just spray that aspect. Number 2, we are also talking about rational pesticide usage. In a situation where you go around the farm and then identify that this particular spot needs spraying of pesticide, you must be rational in the usage of the chemicals that you need to control the pest. So at that point, we are saying that, yes, at some point in time, we can use pesticide, but let's be rational in the amount and the type of, pesticide to use. We are also saying that sometimes it's not all situations that we need to resort to pesticides, but you can also resort to the organic ones where we want to promote biodiversity. Sometimes some pesticides can kill other creatures in the farm, but with organic pesticide, you can use and still ensure that other creatures in the farm, that also ensures pollination. For example, you don't tamper with their livelihood because you also need them on your farm to be able to get a needed yield that you want. So spray, but use organic pesticide. We also looking at situations where we have highly hazardous pesticide in the market and the farmer has no option. If the pesticides are not available to him, the approved ones, and he's resorting to the unapproved one. And the unapproved here, we are talking about the HHP. How did these HHP find themselves in the markets? For the farmer, he is only looking at how to control the pests in the farm. As to whether sometimes it's approved or unapproved, he's just looking at how to control pests in the farm. The responsibility of stopping some of these chemicals getting into the market is some other agencies' work. And whatever laws that we have there, we have to tighten these laws and then ensure that we don't in the first place allow these HHPs to find themselves in the market. Whatever that we need to do, agencies responsible should live up to expectation and ensure they are not in the market in the first place. We are also talking about feedback and redress on the spraying process. Here we're talking about the mass spraying that we find in our communities. The process has some lapses, and we are looking at how to strengthen these lapses. How do farmers get access to these pesticides that are normally shared to the cooperatives? Sometimes, like somebody mentioned here, a full group with about 30 farmers, and then you are giving just about 3 or 5 bottles to share. Those who are the leaders in the groups normally are the people who have opportunity to get these chemicals. And the most vulnerable that the mass spraying exercise is targeting, people who can't go to the market to buy these products, they end up not having these chemicals at all. But that is the essence of the mass spraying. People who cannot afford, let us support them to be able to also have access and spray their farms. But it will end up being like the group leaders themselves will have opportunity to get chunk of these chemicals. So we are saying that let us find means of strengthening the mass spraying exercise, and the most vulnerable members in the groups should be our target, and we should ensure that they have the chemicals to spray in their farms. Not only that one, even the sprayers themselves, we have already mentioned it here. The PPEs that we are supposed to provide them to work with, are they comfortable for them? If they are not comfortable and they are complaining, how do we ensure that they get the ones that are comfortable and then they will keep on using them? The one most important thing that we must look at here is how do we even motivate these mass sprayers? The kind of work that they are doing in the field is tedious. Waking up at dawn and going, covering distances to enter farmers' farms to go in and spray. And at the end of the day, how much are we even paying them? And if you are not paying them well, That also leads to the other things that we don't want to hear, because they themselves also form their own cartel, take money from farmers. Some of them also even sell these chemicals to farmers who have the means to buy. If you want somebody to do a very good work, make sure that it's well motivated. And that aspect should be looked at. We have met mass sprayers who complain bitterly about the amount that we are paying them. If we want to continue with the mass spraying, then let's look at all the challenges that go with it. If you think that we cannot, then probably we need to just say enough is enough on the mass spraying, and then we just put an end to it. But we believe that if it's well done, the vulnerable, the weakest farmers would always, have opportunity to also have their farms sprayed. Mass media sensitization on the usage and effects of pesticide. You see, when you look at what currently is happening on our social media and then even at our information centers in the village, you wake up at dawn, the only thing you hear going on is products that will make men men, right? But there are other important issues that should be discussed. Pesticide use, it's not only farmers using these pesticides like we mentioned here in the morning. We also have others that we even use in our households to also control rats and other reptiles in our houses. How do we even keep them safe? Storage of these things. These are the things that we must also charge our media to also start, raising awareness and letting everybody understand that in as much as we try to use pesticides to control some unwanted, animals, we must also use them judiciously. And for us, we believe that when we are talking about sensitization and awareness creation, the mass media, especially the social media in our contemporary world, must also have their fair share in this whole thing. At the end of the day, all that we are saying, we believe that it's possible to produce cocoa in Ghana in a way that protects human health and the environment. By taking steps outlined above, we create more sustainable cocoa industry that benefits everyone. All of us here in this house would have our fair share when we do things right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone who wants to add on or wants to remove something from it, or you want to add on, please go ahead with this.
Okay, thank you very much. Since this is going to be a communique, I think there are some few issues we should wet note. The second point, rational pesticide usage. I think we should rather term it as safe and responsible use of pesticides. When you say rational pesticide usage, it means something different. That means the one applying it should use his intuition in applying these pesticides, but the right word should be safe and use of pesticides. Now, this thing also keeps coming up, and I think Dr. Paul and EPA tried to explain it. You see, HHPs is a discussion on its own. Possibly they are referring to highly toxicological pesticides. Now, the HHPs that we have, that the EPA has identified, it hasn't been concluded on yet. It hasn't been concluded on yet, and we should take cognizance of that. Now, a lot of active ingredients has been identified so far, and research is still being carried to find out if there are alternative active ingredients to these identified HHPs, and then a process of phasing out. EPA is engaging industry very much on the next steps on these HHPs. I think we should slow down in the use of HHPs and use highly toxicological pesticides. Because if you say HHPs, it's a different discussion on its own. So we should, for the purpose of this discussion, we should use highly toxicological pesticides. That's using the toxicological bands to determine the toxicity, the active ingredients. If you come, point number 6, mass media sensitization on the usage and effects of pesticides. And I made this point earlier that once you say this already, you are making the argument a bit biased. We are looking at pesticide misuse and misapplication. So we can look at mass media sensitization on the misuse and misapplication and effects of what? Pesticides, not just the usage. Because if you use pesticides the safe and responsible way, you are going to get the right benefits of the pesticides. So I think the focus should be the misuse and misapplication of these pesticides, not just pesticide usage. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone who feels strongly against the submission, let's know. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next group. Then it means that the assumption is that we agree with, all right.
Okay, thanks. I think with the usage and effects, misuse is captured under it. You cannot educate farmers on the usage of a particular product without indicating its abuse or the consequences for abusing it or misusing it. So I think the initial point might still hold.
All right, you know what we're going to do? This is going to be a communique that will be submitting to the policymaker. So what's going to happen is that I'm very sure by the close of day tomorrow, we will send this document around. I will give each and everyone the opportunity, based on your experience and your knowledge of pesticides, to review the communique, and they will put together all the comments, get a team to work on it, and then send it as representing what we have agreed on. Otherwise, we'll have an academic exercise of what is meant by use and what is meant by misuse. It will never end. So we'll go straight. You wanted to talk, right? Or you done? Okay. So we'll go straight to the next group. Group 2, I guess.
Yes, sir. Then I think the original thing should still remain what we wrote as group 3.
All right, so the original one should remain what they wrote as group 3. After it's gone around, when it comes back and it's challenged, they will call you to defend. That will be another platform. The two of you will be there and we'll talk about it. We'll have our peace of mind and we'll sleep. All right, next group.
Good day, thank you. So group 2, we propose the recommendation based on 5 thematic areas. That is importation, monitoring institutions, storage, application, and distribution of pesticides. So on importation, we said that we should strengthen the capacity of national security institutions at the borders to check and prevent unapproved pesticides from entering the country. Already the port is already safe, so the borders is where the check and all that things. On monitoring institutions, we realize that PPRSD and the EPA staff are not many at the district level. So we recommend that they increase it, they increase the number and also increase their logistics. On storage, we propose that farmers, both organized and individuals, needs to continuously is an underlined word, educated. That is, they can also be educated using pictures for better understanding on the dangers of keeping pesticides in unsafe places in their home. On application, quite a number of recommendations, about 6 or so. The first one is adoption and implementation of the African regional standards. The second, we have develop and promote minimum standards to ensure safety of farmers. More so, reward incentives to farmers and sprayers that adapt these standards. We have developed in-country specific PPEs that are suitable and adaptable. We already discussed this during the earlier sessions. We should also intensify education on the use of PPEs that are imported into the country. We should promote integrated pest management, IPM, and GAP among farmers at the field level. Should implement an empty pesticide container management. This is something that we came up with to collect and recycle the pesticide containers. The last one is on distribution, and we recommend that there should be adequate training and certification for all agro input dealers across the country. And finally, local government should enforce that certified retailers are selling only approved pesticides to farmers through frequent visits. The underlying idea here is that, you see, for enforcement, it's a bit of challenge. So we are saying local government should be involved, okay? And they should be involved by regularly visiting the input dealers so that at least they can verify if they are going by what was approved to them. So that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And that is group 2. If there's any member of the group who wants to add on or contradict what he said, this is the time. Good. It's been a good day. We thank all of you for staying up to this time to support Mother Ghana. We are most grateful to you. And I want to put on record our gratitude to all of you for spending time with us. If anything at all, something has come up. One major issue that has come up is the fact that the PPEs for sprayers are not good. When Letitia was leaving, she said I should tell you for her group, those who have left, they want peer-to-peer education on dangers of inappropriate use of pesticides. So that probably will have to be added to it. Well, on that note, I think I will give the mic to Professor Chairman to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you, Yao. And thank you for the contributions that you have made this afternoon. It's always very good to have people together, especially state actors and non-state actors, because all of us together make the good people of the country. Now, having been together like this, we have been able to at least tease out and understand the problems that are related to pesticides, particularly the procurement of pesticides, applications, and misuse of these pesticides. This has become quite an understandable area which all of us agree. Earlier in the day, there was a mention of Japan. The mention of Japan was to do with their strict adherence to residual levels that are within the cocoa that they buy from Ghana. And Japan being a very friendly country, they will come and whisper to the ears of government and say, look, this is what we are observing, do something. I can recall about 10 years ago at the time that the last but 2 chief executives of Cocoa Board, Mr. Fofie, yes, he organized a meeting of this kind, but that was mainly restricted to the agricultural groups. And EPA was made to defend itself on how they come about approving certain chemicals. Because if you look at the nature in which EPA has been established, in fact, they are responsible for the security of the environment of our country. So if it is known that some chemicals are dangerous to our country, and EPA has been the state institution that has approved them, it means EPA is not doing its work properly. But thank God that things have changed. Now it is possible for EPA to scrutinize the chemicals. I wasn't surprised when I heard that the major distribution of some of these fake chemicals was from the Ashanti region. I can recall the preponderance of chemicals with names such as Yasantua and so on at a particular time in the history of this country where chemicals were produced somehow in Kumasi with labels that come from China. I think we all owe it a duty to ourselves that knowing the implications that come with the use of these chemicals, especially misuse of these pesticides, we have to do due diligence indeed at every stage in the use of these chemicals or pesticides. So the advice that we want to give to ourselves is, now the scientists have been challenged. And it's very good that the scientists are challenged because these pesticides are scientific materials. They are chemicals. Those of you who know a little bit of chemistry, you will understand that all of these come under a specific periodic table, which have certain wavelengths and so on, and which therefore have certain properties which are either for this purpose or for that purpose. And so when the scientists come in and are able to determine through their research that particular products are not good for our country, I think they should be listened to. One area that I wanted also to refer to is especially the proliferation of the nicotinoids, which apparently appear to be more used in the country. An observation, which was an assessment globally, indicating that lots and lots of pollinators were being killed by the use of these nicotinoids. Sometimes I have a difficulty pronouncing that name. You see, when you are interested in nature, you always want to hear that any pesticide that you are bringing in is only specific for a particular biological material that you want to control. If it is widespread, it means you are destroying the whole biodiversity. And for all of us who have been through school, I think we all have been through school, we have understood nature study, the relationships in food web, from one level to another, to another, to another, until we get to the top level of trophic levels. The relationship is so great that if something is picked up at the lowest level, like from a microbe, it can travel through the whole ecological system, either through the use of or the movement of energy or the movement of matter, which is the solutions or the materials which plants need in order to grow and survive, which animals will eat in order to also reproduce and so on. I mean, there's a whole gamut of relationships. And so if we want to task our scientists, it should not only be Cocoa Research Institute scientists. And I like the presentation by, I think, Group 2 or Group 3, where they were saying that the academic areas, research institutions and so on, should all roll up their sleeves to come in to help. And this is where you have what we refer to as science policy interface, where science is actually dictating policy developments. When no science is in the policy, you can be sure that that policy has come out of as a result of either the social means or something. But when scientists are involved and they come up with a recommendation, And one thing, those who are not scientists, please excuse me if I say that scientists are always referring to facts. You cannot change a scientific fact. There's no way you can change it. And therefore, when scientists are brought into the frame of developing policy, you can be sure that that policy will be a policy that will continue from one generation to another and forever. So we will wish that through the value chain of pesticides, the scientists must be involved. They must be involved. They should be brought in to be doing, if not monitoring, but to be doing an assessment, assessing what are the effects that these things are having on our own fauna and flora. Apart from the people, because sometimes you will say that animals don't have rights. Animals have rights. Plants do have rights. But the reason why they exist is because they have rights to exist. So anything that we do which will harm the environment, we must be conscious and make sure that as much as possible, we prevent extremes of harm that will come onto our environment. So I would like to thank all of you. In fact, the communique, which I believe will be issued, will be something which will assist both the EPA, it will assist the agricultural organizations, particularly the CHEM. CHEM came under pressure a little bit at a particular stage by one of the farmers. I don't know whether it was CHEM that was responsible for collecting the bribes. I'm not sure. But if it is that you, CHEM, who are supposed to be the leaders, who are the link between the organization and the farmers, you turn a deaf ear to what is supposed to be right, and you do the wrong things by collecting bribes, then I think we should run away from that. In short, what I'm trying to say is this, that all institutions must be found to be doing what they are supposed to be done. All the institutions are supposed to be doing what they have been established to do. All of us have roles to play, both state institutions and non-state institutions. All of us make contributions towards the safety of our environment and also the people of Ghana. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. We thank God that has brought us to the end of the program today. And we thank everyone for coming. We thank all the presenters for their presentations. We thank the minister and all the institutions that have been represented here. We thank SEND, Nkota, and Conservation Alliance for organizing the conference. We thank the media. We thank the cameraman. We thank all of you. We thank the traditional leaders, and we thank all those who came all the way from the field to join us here. We thank all of you. Before you go, you have to see the organizers and then bid them farewell. And then immediately after, we also have our last coffee break. You take it, don't stay here. Once you take it, please find your way out of the hotel. We have come to the end of the time given to us. So we thank all of you. Shall we give ourselves a round of applause? Good. We started with a prayer. I'll humbly ask that we all rise up on our feet and take the closing prayer. Shall we bow down our heads for a word of prayer? Our gracious Father, we want to thank you once again. We thank you and glorify you for all that you've done today. We thank you for the wisdom, for the knowledge that you gave to us. Our prayer now is to empower all of us, all the ministries all the actors of the value chain, so that collectively we'll continue to preserve human health and the environment. Even as we move out of the hotel, we ask that you grant us your mercy so that we'll travel safely to our destinations. And when we are all done and we have sent the communique out, we say, you have dealt with us kindly. This is our prayer. We know you have answered it. So we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. So we can have the coffee break. After that, we thank all of you very well. God bless you for coming.